good, everybody? What's good? What's good? What's good? Bring my co-host up here. Hey,
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing? How you doing?
Good,
It is
good.
Saturday night, and y'all know what it is. You are with the crew, Doc and She Loves D. If you haven't done about
Good
now,
evening, everybody.
yeah. If you haven't done by now, make sure that you like the stream. Make sure you like both channels. This is being simulcast on both channels, and subscribe to both channels. Everybody, I know everybody right now is watching the game, uh, the Valley game right now. So, uh, hey, mama, hold on, hold on. Hello, make sure everything good.
I'm here. Can
I'm
you hear
here.
me?
Can you?
I can hear you. Oh, guess what? We got a special guest in the house, y'all.
Ooh, who's our
Ooh,
special guest?
He keeps saying, people keep saying, asking. They keep asking for that content. They just keep asking for that content. And guess what he keeps saying? He keeps saying, stand by. He's saying stand by. If you don't know what we talking about, go check your Twitter account. Got none under there. Austin,
What's going on, people?
what's going on? What's
Hey,
going on?
Austin.
I done
What's going
look,
on?
Austin, we good, man. I done upgraded and everything, man. Shoot, I got me a little sound box. Probably get another one tomorrow. You know,
Hey, that's the stuff. I like that.
so if people ain't watching the game. Uh, I know I checked it last time. We were up by 10. They, they ain't ran my blood pressure up yet, so it's a good thing. It's a good thing. They
That's
ain't called the
good.
blood. They ain't called the blood pressure boys for nothing.
Look, trust me, I definitely understand that. Like my days at Mississippi State. Look, we was drinking during the game. We was drinking afterwards too. So I definitely understand.
And we got fans. You got fans up in here. Got Mr. Campbell. Congratulations. I'm gonna applaud my boy Javon becoming a overdrive fan, man.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
make sure everybody do that. The more we get up in here, the more the channel is gonna be booming. We got Mr. Campbell up in here. Got the
Yeah.
OG.
Never
Shout
talk
out to
about.
Mr. Campbell.
We gotta talk about the list that I posted that was fake. So it's cool when certain people do it, but when I do it, it's a problem.
See,
Hey, look. Hey, look. You've been on people's necks. Like every time I get on Twitter, I'm just like, damn.
oh, bro, it's like every morning. It is after I talk to the missus, right? Every morning I look up and I'll be like, ma'am, ma'am, why you have to get on their neck like that? Why you come on now?
Man. Hey, look that, but it's good though. It's good because if somebody's not if somebody's not fact checking, people just say whatever. So
That's
you're
true.
you're gonna have those people who are literally boots on the ground guarding the yard and guard these facts because it just be ridiculous. Like I get mentioned about stuff. It's like, man, it's not even true. Like and I'm telling you it's not true, and I'm here. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? So
I
it
think
just
for people that work for Jackson State University and people that are directly tied to the university, there's a certain um, reputation and a certain level of decorum and professionalism that you have to have. I'm a
Mhm.
Jackson State alum. My opinions and thoughts are not, they're my own. So they don't necessarily represent Jackson State University. But I will say this, some of the stuff that I say, or if I'm questioning, it's stuff that people who are directly tied to the university cannot do. So that's that right there. I will say this, I'm a type of person where I don't go after somebody unless they did something to me or they said something about me. So in reference to those tweets that I've been doing, does that particular person has been mentioning my name in a derogatory manner on their show. And so I be going in.
And I don't really want to say anything to her like that because I just know that she gonna go in on their head. So I just let her handle it. And soon as I said when I wake up and I look at
I
it,
will say this, some of this stuff I do not mean for it to necessarily like go viral to that extent. I just be sharing my opinion and then I don't know, I turn around and it's like
Hey, look, when I
1,500 people done shared it. Like I
well,
nah, when I saw, I forgot who was it, the Shade Room.
it was the shade room.
When I first saw it, it was already doing numbers on Twitter. Then I went to like the I Love page, and then when I saw the Shade Room, I said, "Oh, said there we go, here we go." And I look back, now it's at 1 million views. I said, "Damn." I
I
was like, "You just going in over there."
Yeah, man. I looked at. I was like, so the missus, she hit
Appreciate it, bro.
me up. She hit me up. So she texted me. I was at like right. I was at work, and she was like, "Did you see this?" And so I'm like, I'm looking. I'm like, I didn't see anything. Next thing you know, all I know is this girl done made the damn shade room. So I had to send it to her. I sent it to her. It's like, you made the shade room, right? You, eh, you made the shade room, right? She's like, little old me. That's how she do. Little old
Right.
me. Like nothing,
Down, trying to downplay her
like nothing
voice.
don't happen. Like she ain't did nothing wrong. Like, yes, little old you. Yes, you made the shade room. Man, look, this show so good. I got my mama in here, y'all. That's my
Shout out to
mom.
mom.
Yeah,
What's up, Mama Doc?
yeah. I got my mom up in here. See, this was Mr. Campbell.
I swear.
I could be bored at work, bro. I could be bored at work, and I promise you, I get on my phone probably for maybe about 15 minutes, and next thing you know, she just going in on somebody's neck. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna let her be. I'm gonna let her be.
I just have to I'm up early. So I'm up at 6 o'clock, 9:30. That's already a third of my day.
Well, now I gotta be up at 6 with the
Oh
kid.
yeah.
You know, now I gotta be
You a
up.
morning person, Austin?
No, I'm not. I hate it. I hate.
So so Mr. Director of Media for JSU football, that is the official title.
Yes, sir.
How does it feel to be at the I Love JSU, man?
It's really it's really I think it's more humbling than anything. I mean, it's basically home for me. Even though I grew up in Florence, Mississippi, which is just 20 minutes south of Jackson,
Yeah,
going towards like Hattiesburg area. Um, I mean, this is home for me. This It's just good to be back home because I've been away from home for a little bit, for about 7 years. But out of those 5 years, I was always coming down on the weekends because I was living in Greenwood,
right.
Mississippi. So I'm used to Itabena Valley, like that area over there. Then I moved to Memphis and then came back. So I mean, it feels good. I mean, it's welcoming. It's basically like a family reunion, to be honest with you. So, but it definitely feels good to kind of be back.
So I got my another question I got. How is it working with TC, man?
TC is great, and the one of the reasons why I think it was because of him and Coach O, they got me to come down. I think that was like the most important thing. Just trying to establish a media presence because that's what was needed, and the fact that now I get a kind of chance to show my creative work, kind of be able to do whatever I want to. To be honest with you, even though I'll run stuff through TC if I feel like it's a little somewhat controversy or what kind of light it shines on the university. But other than that, most of the stuff that I got coming down the line has already been approved, and they love the idea. I've already shot one episode of this of some content that's coming up, but
Ooh,
I
we getting
important.
episodes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to. Have you ever seen like how like okay? So if you're used to my work, and my work really comes down to like how you shoot this stuff, like super cinematic. And so like if you've seen like House of Cards, if you've seen like Snowfall, like those are the type of things that I want to build for this platform. And so like we are gonna hit the YouTube market. I will announce when that happens and stuff like that. It's just a lot of gaps that weren't touched for the past 3 years,
Right.
but it was touched for a different platform. You see what I'm saying? But it wasn't based on like the actual university. And what people are asking, like, well, we was getting two or three videos a day and stuff like that. Most of the videos that you saw was either about the coach or it was about something that like quick that happened that you could just put on your phone. But I want to be conscious about like what we're putting up because there's a lot of rules and regulations that were broken. But
Mm-hmm.
now that I have a knowledge of what we can do, what we can and can't do, that kind of helps us not put out a lot of stuff, which is fine. Because right now, what I'm trying to do is establish like a lot of cleanup to do, like organization. Like just trying to make sure, like, okay, what other people can we bring in that's going to help push the platform? We got I give you an example. Right now, we're trying to like really kind of just organize like the platforms across the board. So when I have one particular access to one of these platforms, I'll be able to post across the entire board instead of like trying to rush to do it all at simultaneously. So I can do that whenever like I have this one particular platform. And so that's enough. Like that's something that we're trying to establish. We're also trying to establish like more graphics. So when like say I predict Aubrey probably going to like either the second or third round.
Mm.
I'm predicting that. And so right now we gotta get ready for that. We gotta have a graphic for him. Isaiah Bolden is in the draft. We got Nugget that's gonna be in the draft as well. So it's like we gotta show love to these players that we didn't get a chance to show love to. Also, has anybody for the past 3 years noticed that we hadn't had a team photo shoot? And that's like standard. So you want to talk about content, like why not do behind the scenes of like them taking pictures and stuff. You see what I'm saying? Like team photos. You got the D linemen, O linemen, linebackers, DBs, receivers, quarterbacks, the entire team, coaching staff, new headshots for them. It's so much stuff down the list. And even I'm trying to plan on like doing more like interaction videos during the games.
Right.
So like we're talking about like getting the getting the crowd pumped up. So imagine if Gaddy is like saying like let's go and like has the like just like waving his arms in the air and stuff like that. Those are the type of videos and content that we have to kind of like start getting ready to gear it up for, because once they come, like once the season come, it's go time. Like my days don't really stop, really, because from the time that they fly out to Atlanta, we have to cover that. We have to give y'all content for that. Like there's gonna be like little stuff like that. Um, you know, if
It's
there's
always one.
if there like
It
so
cool
that
though.
so that type of thing, you have to kind of think about stuff like that ahead of time. And then don't forget jersey reveals. I kind of got like a little sneak peek of, what's to come, and that's gonna be great. Like coming up with ideas for that, like that is content. That is content, and that's no shade to any previous people who were covering Jackson State. Um, what we want to do is establish quality over quantity, because if I want to say two of those three videos, those are just filler videos that y'all would get every day. But TC don't want that.
Mm-hmm.
He don't want TC don't want it to be about him. He wanted to be about the players. So if I did something, it needs to be about the players or the coaches.
Right.
That's why you saw Coach Bradley get that great speech. You know what I'm saying? During practice. Obviously, we can't. We're not. We're not supposed to be filming like. Well, we're not supposed to be putting a lot of stuff out there during practice
Right.
and stuff like that. So what is happening is right now is just like workouts. It's like basic conditioning. So there's rules where you can't have a ball, you can't do this, you can't do that, and so there's really nothing for us to film unless it's like them running. I can only give y'all so many like workout videos.
Right. We
You know
only
what I'm
want to
saying?
see them running or lifting weights so many different ways.
Right, right, and it's good to have that content there. That's why, if you for Instagram, that's why it's important for y'all to follow the Instagram page, because you'll see stuff that you won't see posted on IG story. We
Right.
don't want to give you everything and then it just be sitting up there, because it don't really do numbers like that. But what does numbers is when Coach CC say, "Oh, we working," and then that's when we put concepts together and stuff like that.
Right.
And so that's what people want to see. And that's where I thrive on. That's where like my team thrives on. And that's where the excitement of JSU football thrives on.
I think, in a sense, um, you do want the quality of the work of the content to be out instead of just try to pump everything out. Because if you really think about this, the last 2, 3, 2.5 years that you've seen content from Jackson State football, it really wasn't too much about the football team. If you really think about that, it was more geared towards
It
yeah,
was geared towards promoting certain people. So you would
right,
see some players get promoted more than others. Which I mean, it's great to hear the difference in concepts and what your dreams and goals are
hmm
for Jackson State University. But you're not just working with the football team. It looks like you have a actual SWAC championship video dropping soon, possibly.
Yeah, I actually just got through finishing up a video for the girls. But what's happening is I talked to Coach Reed, and I told her I just want to give her flowers, while I'm here and while she's here.
hmm
And I don't know what the future holds, and I think we're good. I think we're good with TC. I mean, excuse me, Coach Reed.
yeah,
But I told her that I want to give her flowers, and she deserves that. Now it's scheduled permits. I'm gonna try to like do whatever I can to like kind of like here and there. You see what I'm saying? Maybe I have time to go to Birmingham. You
yeah,
know what I'm saying? And like just depending on how everything's laid out, which I think if that championship game is Saturday, it might be a little tight because I have some other obligations on Saturday. This coming up Saturday, but
hmm
um, I think that that's going to be really important to kind of have to cover for it. And then like after that is really like the invitation, to NCAA tournament. So that depends on a lot of stuff too. So if I'm able to go, I'll go. Say I'll ride with them or whatever the case may be, or whatever I need to do. So that's the most important thing for me, to kind of make sure that I show her flowers while she's still here. Now I know like when the season kicks in, this will be go time. I probably won't have time to do it because I think they're going to be like 10 or 12 games in
hmm
by the time like the football season gets ready to end. And so I will be missing a lot of content, then. So um a lot of but there's a lot of opportunity. And
right,
so maybe it comes down to like, at some point I oversee a lot of the media stuff. But if I oversee it, I'm just not letting anybody just with a camera just say, "Hey, I can do it." It's like, nah, you got to know basic camera settings. Okay, do you know how to take a photo? Because like that's how I learned. If you know how to take a photo, you know how to do video, and that's the most important thing. And so, um, to kind of piggyback off like just the content in general, um, we still got baseball, track, like all those teams need something like that in their thing. So, but there's like big plans in the future for Jackson State,
Right.
and I don't want to say too much right now, but
Go
you know,
ahead and keep it a secret. Keep it a
yeah,
secret.
we got a lot of stuff going on right now, and I think a lot of position of power about to change for a little bit. So when the dust settles with that, then I'll kind of represent this idea to the head person in charge, and then kind of go from there. Um, but I also want to just talk about like practice content. We really don't even start practicing until after spring break
Yeah.
because like really technically like those are our periods to actually even pick up a ball. To be
Yep.
honest with you, as a team, so that's gonna be important. And then there's gonna be another dead zone period where y'all not gonna get practice practice footage or anything like that. However, after blue and white, we after we pump out all the content from there and like all the events that's happening and stuff like that, that's where you're gonna see a lot of like behind the scenes. That's where you're gonna get a lot of people will learn the players.
Right.
And again, it goes back to what Coach CC wants, like learn the players, these coaches. Like once I get is like fully equipped, then spring practice content, spring game, blue or white week, spring game, and then like behind the scenes stuff where we like probably maybe possibly a jersey reveal, maybe helmet reveal, maybe team photos, which I think we're still waiting on some more players though,
Right.
but getting that pumped out, like all that was gonna be pumped out because there's a calendar already set in place for all this. So, um, and it definitely is going to be exciting. I just want people to understand, like I'm posting snippets for a reason. It creates excitement. Like this is not
That builds momentum. You don't want
right.
to give it all. Like when you have a video that's coming out and it's 6 or 7 minutes long,
Yeah.
a 15 and 30 second clip does wonders. And it's like, make sure you're following me. Make sure your notifications are on so that when I drop it, you're going to be able to see it. And then we're in a new age with social media and the internet, and everybody's basically the ability for them to concentrate on content for long periods of time, it's not there. So, like, I guess Instagram and TikTok has shortened people's ability to concentrate on something for long periods of time. So I think it's great. I'm excited. I know everybody else is excited. They're just a little bit impatient. But like you said, quality over quantity. It's better.
Yeah, and and I'm looking at other schools and how they run their stuff too, and so that's why I'm
Mhm.
trying to plug in systems where I'm basically, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm pretty much building from the ground up on the media side because we're still looking for teams of this, teams of that, teams of this. So that way everything is in house. We don't have to like go spend money. So the money that we're getting can kind of go right back into the program. See what I'm saying? Like for instance, I don't know, like I've realized that I'm going to be shorthanded when it comes time for the traveling games, and we got like six of them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like we got six traveling games and then four home games. And so I need the same amount of home like people for the home games than I do for the traveling games. And so like I'm trying to work out a deal to how does that look? You see what I'm saying? So I'm trying to train people to do the photography side so that way I can focus on the video. And then I'm trying to make sure that I get personnel that's with me that I trust that's gonna get the shot because they already work with me and I don't have to tell them I don't have to train them.
Is
That's
the
gonna get the
interest
same
level the
quality.
same? Like I know that there was, of course, we don't really have to address that, but is the interest level as far as students or just people, is the interest level the same for working for and with the media at Jackson State? Like, do you have inquiries and stuff? People
Yeah,
submitting.
I got a lot, but and it's a tough position to be in because I'm trying to like I'm a personal guy, like so I'm gonna be straight up honest with you, but I also don't like being that tough guy that's like, hey, look, this is not good at all. Like you don't
Right.
even know how to use your camera, and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I have to learn how to like be a leader and maybe word it differently. But I don't want to be like, oh, this is trash. Like you don't know how to take photos and stuff like that. And so that's what I gotta weed out. And because it's cool to like for people that hit me up and say, hey, I got this person that that's interested, but does that person know how to take photos? That's the first time I'm gonna ask them. Do you know what aperture, ISO, shutter speed is? Do you know when your shutter speed, when it's broad daylight outside and sunny, your ISO needs to be at 100. And then if there's only one person you're taking a picture of, your aperture needs to be at 3.5. And then so when you know these things, you would then adjust your shutter speed to a certain spot. Because I'll give you a little example. If my hand is doing this and your shutter speed is at 200, there's going to be blurriness. Now, if it's at 1 over 1600, you're going to see every frame of my hand. And so that's the difference between knowing how to, somebody just taking photos and somebody knowing how to take a photo.
Right.
And so when you know how to do that, you'll know how to do that with video because video is a constant thing. You see what I'm saying? And video, if you're shooting 60 frames per second, you would double the frame rate, which is 1 over 20. But
Mm-hmm.
if you don't have good lighting, that's when you bump up the ISO to make sure there's good lighting, and then you have to read the light meter. It's a lot of different things that you have to learn, like as you become this great videographer or photographer. And so that's like the small basic stuff that I'm expecting people to come in and know.
Damn, where my notebook at? I gotta take some notes, bro. Cause hey, uh, but being a leader though, in a real, it's all about giving constructive criticism, but it's also about taking the criticism too. You know what I'm saying? It's all about can can I help this person grow as you know what I'm saying, as they're I want to say under me, but can I have this person grow in this uh um space that we're in right now? Um and if I have this person grow, if I teach them how this person how to grow, it will have me grow more as you know what I'm saying, as being a leader. Because it's not all about just telling somebody what to do. Hell, you can tell anybody what to do. It ain't, you know what I'm saying? It don't mean that they gonna follow, but I understand about, the aspect of being a leader. Uh let's see. Anybody have some questions for Austin tonight? We got a full house. We got we got a we got Auntie Rochelle.
Well, what's up, Auntie?
we got we got Auntie Rochelle. We got the OG. We got hey, we got the OG in here.
It's like a television.
We got everybody. We got everybody in here.
That's good. That's good.
But first of all, shout out to the basketball team. Men's and women's did the sweep in Itabena tonight against Valley. Um, that second game, I thought my blood pressure was about to go up. I thought my blood pressure was about to go up. And with the women, of course, it's a dominating win. Won up, a little bit over by 20, I think about 25 points tonight. So just need to make sure they can hit free throws. Free throws. Gotta get the free throws down.
I got a question for you too.
Yeah.
What do y'all plan on doing for this season?
That's a good question. Well,
You mean as far as content or what games you're going to?
Both.
So for my in my case, the missus kind of pretty much put out a schedule for me, and she was like, "I know which games you really want to go to, and we're gonna try to make it within our budget to go to these games." Um, of course, the um, game in Baton Rouge against Southern. I,
Ooh,
I,
that'd be a good game.
I, it's early in the season, but I could deal with it. Of course, Texas State because that's a 4 hour drive for me from
Mhm.
Dallas. Um, Homecoming, of course, because that would be more like my birthday present to me for homecoming. Because my birthday is a week before that. I think we said Alcorn and no Alcorn, and then more likely the SWAC championship game. Now,
Hopefully, that's we plan on having that in Jackson, so don't worry about that.
um, I know for me, I definitely have to catch the South Carolina State versus Jackson State because I was in Atlanta. That was my first celebration bowl. Broke my heart. I was sick. When I
Yeah,
say I was sick, like I went
look,
home, I was sick for about 2 or 3 weeks. Caught
look,
COVID and everything.
look. I was right. I was right there. I saw the drop pass. I was like, dang. I saw the catch by Travis, and then I saw the drop pass.
Oh no, I was talking about the first one.
Oh, the first one. The first one.
After the previous coach pulled that stunt, I said I had already had my hotel booked and my tickets. I didn't even go. I was like, nope,
Mm.
not doing it. But definitely that. And then of course I have to see Mr. Campbell and the Rattlers getting beat to sleep. So those are my first two that are definitely on the docket.
Let me know. Let me know if y'all need any help getting credentials and all that.
yes.
I'm trying to like push the idea of like it's just something that SEC does. They will put out um they'll have a link
Hmm.
which actually I'm trying to reach. I'm gonna reach out to the SWAC conference and see if they can provide that. But like, so basically, what happens is the SEC have this. They have a link that you can go to. Each school is placed on there. You can go to the school, like request media credentials for either each game or the whole season.
Hmm.
So it's only 4 games. So like you can literally request those games, like at least the home games.
Right.
After that, like all the other stuff, you have to probably go through like uh Orange Blossom Classic. Is that said right? Yeah, you had to go through them or the MEAC versus Swag Challenge. Like the whoever does the Celebration Bowl, I think they're gonna do it this year. So it'll be important to kind of like get that established. But if y'all trying to come to the home games, just let me know, and we'll just try to take care of you. What I'm trying to do is give people the people who have been the people who have been supporting JSU. That's the people that we want to have, and I don't want y'all to think that don't believe any if it ain't came from me, if y'all ain't hear it out my face or out my mouth. Don't believe everything you see that people are talking about. Like we got people just saying just all kind of things like TC doesn't want to do an interview and all that other stuff. That ain't it. It's just he's selective of who he does an interview with,
Yeah.
and that's fair. Like nobody wants to have a. I'm not gonna
Exact
do no. I'm not
protecting
gonna
your
do
energy, protecting his
for
energy,
protecting the
protecting
block,
guarding the yard.
guarding the yard, and so like we're gonna continue to do that regardless of what anybody else says. So anybody that's talking that's not inside, don't listen to them.
Right.
Because if it ain't like, because I'll keep it straight with you. I could tell you something without telling you too much, and a lot of people is capping out here, especially on Twitter. So to just saying whatever and speaking on TC, and y'all don't even know this man, or you really hadn't put out a good story about him.
Right.
Like this man still has a record in receiving.
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like that'd be a great because I can probably say like the Rico Powers could break it this year if that's the case. Like he's really good. I think Rico Powers he's gonna have an outstanding breakout year.
I'll be appreciate for the $100 donation, my brother.
Appreciate that, Albie.
Thank you, man.
So
Man,
it's a lot of good things coming out of this season. And honestly, you can probably think people gonna say, "Well, y'all should thank the former coach for doing that." You know what? I'll give him that. You're right. You're right because I probably wouldn't even be here if that was the case. Because I mean, to be
bro.
100% honest with you, I'm not gonna be in no establishment that doesn't have any structure anyway. So, um,
I
hey, I'll take it with a grain of salt.
I feel you. You have to be like that. It has to be like that.
Yeah. And so we just want to establish something that lasts a lifetime, not just this year. And so there'll be a blueprint for next year and the next year. I don't see myself going nowhere. So we're gonna just continue to keep getting better. There will be what's up, Miss Foot? Good to see you again.
Mhm.
Uh, that's my second mama right there, y'all. That's my second mama. So, but there's gonna be really like a lot of good stuff coming up. That is actually in the works too. But we're trying to again. It goes back to editing. It goes back to like who, like you know, what I'm saying like who puts it together. Blah blah blah. That's
Mhm.
what that goes back to. Like it might be, it might be just an audio podcast for now. But you know, I think that'd be good. Shoot, maybe TC can do like a podcast like once every week, kind of like how I think Bill Belichick was doing that with the Patriots. Like he would like after I think he's either Monday or Tuesday, he would talk about the previous game or something like that, and give a little bit like probably like 30, 40 minute interview and leave it at that. So that's content right there.
That's
You know what
true.
I'm saying? In-house content. So it's like it's so many avenues, but I want to allow people to come in. That and if you guys don't know, that's why I want Tiger Talk to come in and be like the layer, the boundary between the fans and the actual football team. And then that way, like there's a median there. And so like, you know, I want to give everybody an opportunity to have that access to. Um, especially with you, Doc, especially with Miss She Loves the one that's always gonna snap at everybody. So no, I was kidding. But no, I want to give you guys like the platform or you let you use your platform to be able to like get cover Jackson State, write articles, stuff like that, because I think it's more important to why would we have outsiders like having the inside scoop of us? You
True.
see what I'm saying? Like why would we allow that? And if you know, you know. Like that I mean that's just and some people don't. Some people are not really necessarily outsiders, but some people are like also not bringing like a positive light to it. And so that's what we're gonna do this year. That's what I want to do with these players. A positive light for every player. Every player has a story. Like I got a list of players that's got a good story. Some that came from Southern Miss, some that went from Mississippi State, Southern Miss to Jackson State to play with his brother talking about Joshua Short.
Yeah.
And so like I think that's like a great story to talk about. Um like it's Seven McGee, like Oregon Oregon's outstanding like talent at Oregon State or excuse me,
Mhm.
Oregon. And just came to the SWAC and wants to like, you know, come up here and change the game. This Filminati word for smack. Filminati is still a freelance videographer, but he still does work on other documentaries, and we're working on to get him back in. That's my brother. That is the missing piece that I need. So wherever I go, he's gonna be there, and so
Right.
I'm hoping everything works out, and he'll still be able to do like different things or whatever. But I definitely want my brother to be there because he sacrificed a lot last year to be there, and I want to reward him. Um, I want to reward him for being there.
So yeah, I understand what people saying. Like the games, you asking what games we gonna cover. Of course, I do all my, I'm gonna do stuff here from the house too. But I'm going to be able to cover more games here in the state. Where I'm at, the state of Texas, being that I could go down to Prairie View, I could go to Texas Southern, go to cover, cover them and stuff like that, and still be able to cover my still be able to cover my alma mater, which is a good thing. So, um, if you can get those credentials, because that's what the missus is asking for, she is like, we are working to get you credentials. I'm in there. I'm on it.
I just want people to understand that like you is being let me take a step back. You asked me a question about how does it feel to be at Jackson State. Um,
Hmm.
it's like a big family, and so we have to work together in order to get these things together. Like just like what I just told you about getting credentials. Like I know who I need to talk to. We just got to make sure that system is in place on the internet, on the website. We got to update the website. You see what I'm saying? I
Right.
just got done with headshots for the coaches, so I'm gonna have to send those off to get those redone and stuff like that. I gotta get the equipment manager, all this other stuff. So there's a lot of it's a lot of different things that we should do that we're gonna do in order to get that stuff kind of like put together. So it's just gonna be one big happy reunion. We're gonna thrive this year, regardless of the record. But I believe that we're gonna win out. But regardless of the record, I do feel like this is gonna be a great year to be a Jackson State Tiger fan.
Right. I think so. I think it, man. But thank you for coming on and letting everybody know what's going on as far as the content for Jackson State football and for all other sports. And uh, again, just thank you for actually, for just coming into the space that we have. Um, Even though the space we had before was kind of, it was, I want to say chaos, but that's why I look at it. I look at it like chaos. Uh, but but it's a calmness now with TC Taylor at the helm. Not to worry about a lot of things going on,
The
but
calm before the storm. We're building up for greatness and it's getting ready to explode. So right now, we're just, lying in wait, but we're ready, but we're just lying in wait. And as the head coach TC Taylor says, stand by.
oh yeah,
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna try to Israel. I'm gonna try to be there, but I don't know. It just depends on what the football schedule looks like. I think just the fact is like I have to drive a little out to get there. I think that
mhm.
creates some issue, but if I go out there, I'm just gonna stay out there if that's the case. But I'm gonna try to get out there. It just depends on how that tournament schedule lands and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. So man, I thank you, man. We gonna continue this talk uh later on and see
Yeah,
where we at, man. And y'all give it up one time for Austin, man,
appreciate
the
we.
director of media for
It,
Jackson State football.
it still doesn't sound. It still doesn't. It hasn't sunk in yet, man. It hasn't. But I'm just a creator at heart, dog. So, but we finna get after it.
All right. You have a good one, man.
All right, man. Peace, family.
Peace.
Thank you for coming on, and thank you so much, Austin. And we are ready for your content to drop. Everybody, make sure that you're following Go JSU Tigers FB on Instagram. They also have their Twitter, Jackson State Football. That's the same hashtag, or
Yep.
excuse me, the same number. And then YouTube is coming soon.
YouTube is coming soon. Still follow that Jackson State Tigers page on Facebook.
Oh yeah.
As soon as I get over those I guess guard walls or whatever, well, you'll see a change. Y'all will know it's gonna be me. Trust me. Y'all
All
gonna know.
right. That's what we're waiting on for, man. And we got to be patient with it, y'all. So let him do his job. Let him get into the lab because he's a mad scientist. And he's in the lab.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Let him cook. Like how we say on the court, let him cook.
I appreciate y'all.
Anytime, man.
All right, now y'all take care.
All right.
All right.
Oh, we ain't done yet. So now I gotta bring somebody on. And we want to know the deal with HBCU League Pass Plus. So now I'm going to bring on the man that's in charge of it, Mr. Hardy Pelt.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you okay, man. How you doing today?
Good. Now, first of all, you about to get me in trouble with Roland Martin and Scotty because I told them I would come on their show first. So I very rarely do these. And Miss, is it SheLovesThee?
SheLovesThee.
You have a fantastic voice. I thought you had like this raspy voice when I would read your tweets, and we would just crack up laughing. But we love how you fight back. So I love it. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. How's everybody doing?
Doing good. We're doing very good today.
I saw some of the tweets, so I said, hey, I think I should at least. The good news is I think a lot of people think sometimes that we're fighting with HBCUs or HBCU administration. And I said, well, it's about time for me to start letting everybody know. First of all, we ain't fighting with nobody at the HBCU. We fighting some people that look nothing like us.
Mm-hmm.
We're fighting this crazy system that agencies set up to keep HBCUs broke. So the money that you get right now, you're in what's called the donation budget.
Right.
And we're trying to get you out of the donation budget and into the media budget. So, for example, the donation budget may have $150,000 for everybody in it.
Mm-hmm.
The media budget has $150 billion in it.
That's true.
And that's why they did that on purpose because a lot of people don't know my background. Orlando Magic, Portland Trailblazers, Golden State Warriors. I retired in 2008. But in 2003, most of the stuff you see the HBCU doing now, by the grace of God, I created it. Okay? You ever heard of the SEC network, the ACC network? You ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Well, we created the HBCU network, and I started a fight between CBS and ABC Disney, which owns ESPN.
Right.
The white folks were so mad at me, they said, we're going to trash this Negro. We're going to say he's a scammer. He's going to say all this other. I mean, they were just putting out stories that didn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. And the reason why is because I had each of them ready to pay $10 million a year. ESPN for conference games, $10 million a year. CBS for non-conference games for $10 million a year. The reason why you have the SWAC MEAC challenge is because Coca-Cola was putting up $10 million. Now, before that, Coca-Cola paid each conference $15,000 in scholarships. Yeah, you heard me right. $15,000 in scholarships. No money. And then they came back with a 5-year, $10 million deal. And that's when everything broke loose.
Okay.
So that's why I walked away and said, I love y'all, but y'all crazy. Because they started fighting each other. And I was like, well, it ain't about fighting, but about this little piece of money right here. There's a whole bunch of more money if you stick together. Right. So we're not promoters. We don't run games. We don't have dollar bands or all that. We do real business deals that get you out of that budget. So I just didn't respond because I didn't want anybody to know the story. Okay. The only reason why I came back is because I got a phone call from the conference office, the SWAC conference office, and they said Mississippi Valley State needs $150,000 because all of their football team apparently wasn't under scholarship. And I said, okay, well, I got one of my clients, because remember, my business has never been affected by any of this.
Okay.
So one of my clients said, hey, we'll step in, let's do it, but make sure that money gets to Mississippi Valley State. I'm gonna just leave it there. Okay. So just for legal purposes, we're in the middle of something. So when we found the money to go there, I said, well, fine, I got to fix this back the way I had it so that the schools benefit directly. That's why we do the deals directly with the schools, so that the schools directly benefit. And as I always tell everybody, haven't you noticed Grambling ain't never said nothing?
No.
They've never said nothing. So if we were scammers, if we were some kind of hustlers or whatever, you don't think Rick Gallo would pick up and tell everybody that dude's a scammer?
I mean, that is true because he's the president.
Okay.
So I'm glad that you're on here because
Yes.
now you have the opportunity, I guess, to clear the air.
Yes.
Because and I commend you actually for coming on the show to clear the air. And that is that you did used to own a company called New Vision Sports. And I hear you
That's right.
talking and you're letting me know that there could be some nefariousness with regard to people that don't look like us trying to destroy your reputation, which I can definitely see how if you are trying to get money for Black entities, how that would work. So I would definitely be fair in that. But reading the
blog,
no, not the blog, reading the actual dockets and the filings.
Yeah, and just so you know, we were sued by a gentleman by the name of Luke Williams, and actually he sued the MEAC and me because I represented the MEAC. Apparently, the MEAC signed a deal with him and me, saying that we both had exclusive rights. Now, of course, they signed a deal with me first, and then signed a separate deal with him. So that's where that came from. First of all, number two, let me be clear. This other thing that showed up, I don't even know who that is. Right. Never been served. Don't know nothing about it. Trust me, I got plenty of attorneys. If somebody wanted to sue me, you can sue me. You can find me. But we don't even know who that is. And that's just the truth. I know it sounds crazy, but that's just the truth. But that's how desperate everybody was to stop what we were doing. And that's why I've always felt bad about what happened, because had we followed through like it was supposed to happen, you guys would not have any problems financially in HBCUs right now. You'd have your own network. And just so you know, when we met with everybody, including ESPN, it was a group called CSTV at the time, College Sports TV.
Yeah, I remember those.
Yes. So we flew to New York. Me, the commissioner at the time was the SWAC, and the commissioner at the time of the MEAC, Dr. Thomas. And we met with them. And as we were going back to the airport, I know this sounds like some Mission Impossible stuff, but it's true. ESPN found out we were meeting with the CSTV guys, and they hated each other, just so you know. And I knew that because I knew all of them. And let me back up to put some meat on the bone. The only reason why I even started this in the first place was because I had dinner with some executives from said named company. And I asked a simple question because in the NBA, we all know each other, okay? And I said, why don't y'all put HBCUs on TV? And they said, we can't. I said, what do you mean you can't? They said, we can't because if we do, then the 4- and 5-star athletes might start going there. Now, I laughed because I thought it was a joke. When I looked up, ain't nobody laughing. I said, oh, y'all serious? He was like, yeah. Well, as a black man, a dark-skinned black man, there was no way in hell I was going to let them rip off HBCUs like that. And that's what started my original crusade. That's it. Nothing nefarious, not trying to make some money by the grace of God. I'm good. I ain't spent my money. I don't make money like that. That's why I give so much money back. So that's how I knew what was in the ESPN agreement, because I helped write the first one.
Wow.
And instead of them taking the $10 million per year, ESPN said, get rid of that Negro right there, which I said, call the commissioners if you want to. Here go their cell phone numbers. There's no way they would turn their back on another black man. Hello. Everybody quiet. I learned my first lesson that what I did not realize is that in the executive position, white validation is very important right now, and I hate it. That's why I'm on the show right now, is to tell you, please stop this. You are in the middle of the biggest civil rights movement of your time, and nobody even knows it. Your fight is not with me. Your fight ain't with New Vision, Urban Edge, SWAC. It ain't with nobody but these folks over at Dentsu, Havas, Group M.
Well, if that's the case, then why do you have a $250 million lawsuit against the SWAC and commissioner if it's not, if we're not in a fight against each other?
Great question. Now, I can only, my attorney gonna kill me if he
Without
found out.
without going into like
Okay, yes.
Real deep into
revealing anything in the lawsuit. I understand that you have ongoing
Yes.
litigation, so you can't really
Yes.
talk about everything that's in there.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
to your point that you're saying that it's not about it,
Yes.
and there is an active lawsuit against the whole conference, which
Yes.
$250 million, that would basically bankrupt the whole. We don't even have $250 million. So
yes, ma'am. I understand. Yes, ma'am.
yeah.
So
what?
let me answer that question in a hypothetical, if I can, so I don't get myself in trouble with my attorney. So let's say a soda company says we're going to dedicate $400 million to Black-owned media. And let's say a company I own is up for the $400 million. But said soda company doesn't really want to give the $400 million. They just made the announcement, hypothetically. They just made the announcements because that's what they know Black people used to. Make an announcement, nobody ever asked any questions.
Performative.
There you go. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So we pressing, hypothetically. Let's go. We got the impressions. We got the schools. We're ready to go. And let's say the schools, hypothetically, we give 35% of that money back to. Okay. And let's say one of those schools hypothetically might be Grambling, who, why you notice they don't say nothing in this whole situation. Okay. Well, said company then says, well, let's grab the commissioner and see if he can somehow get us out of this commitment. Hypothetically, let's take him to the Super Bowl, because these Negroes like to be traveling and go to parties and take pictures. Hardy ain't impressed with that, hypothetically, because he's been in the league for 30 years. He know our scams. He know what we do. So let's take the commissioner. And let's say during that time, hypothetically, you ask the commissioner, hey, does these guys have the rights to sell for said schools that they are putting on the table here? And he says, no, they don't. I control it. By definition, that's called contractual interference. And then let's say stupid ass credit, excuse me, let's say that someone from the said soda company is dumb enough to put it in writing what he did and send it to you. Am I making sense now?
It made perfect sense.
Yes.
Right?
So then I have to sue you at that point, hypothetically, because you just cost your whole entire conference potentially $100 and something million. Now, let's say you repeated that to General Motors and Procter & Gamble, who both also have commitments to Black-owned media. Now, because of the lack of information, and this is why I have to reach out to folks like y'all, is to say, if nothing else, you don't have to agree with anything I ever say, but at least tell our people the truth. Because once you know the truth, you can make your own decision. You don't have to agree with me. You can walk out of here saying that guy's full of crap. I don't care. But the bottom line is this. The $250 million represents what those three companies alone have committed to Black-owned media.
Right.
It does not affect the SWAC conference, for example, because the SWAC conference is not a media group. You're not a media entity. So you couldn't get the money if you wanted to. Even though you got the SWAC network, the SIC network, the CIAA, you're not a media network. They have rules and stuff you have to follow, and even the way the commercials are run. And that's what, and the system they set up was designed to keep the Black people out. Because you only have two concepts that you have to agree with. Either Black people are so stupid, so inferior, that we can't participate at the agency level, or they've created a system that you can't participate. By the grace of God, we've been able to crack that code, and it scares the hell out of them. Because if that's the case, than the $45 billion that they put aside for, and I said B with a B, $45 billion that they put aside for the black folk, they now have to give it to us. And they know if they give it to us, we're going to give 35% of that back to the HBCUs. And it scares those white folks to death.
So when you say 35%, you mean the 35% of the 250 million?
Yeah, that's basically, that's about roughly what we give back to the HBCUs, right? Mm-hmm.
So that would be almost like what, 95 million?
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay.
right. So the suit really is based around what we believe the actions were, based on what we have already. Now, obviously, once we would get into it, we would get into depositions and all those other things to even tie even more stuff in. But as you can imagine, nobody imagines that the corporations want to have that conversation. But I wanted to make sure your audience and you and everybody else understood at least the fundamentals of that.
We understand. It's good that you came on here to explain to us that about what's going on.
The only other question that I would have,
yes, ma'am,
about
and before you ask that, let me say this too. Believe it or not, I'm a huge fan of Commissioner McCullough. We actually laugh every time we've ever seen each other. And when we've talked, we laugh all the time. He reminded me that we go all the way back to the New Vision days. He said, last time I spoke to him, he said, "Hey, you remember, you were there my second year at Prairie View," I think he told me. And I said, "Oh my God, I know we knew each other that long." He said, "Yeah, we're cool." So something happened. I don't know what it is. I wish I could answer that question. I can't answer that question. We may find it out one day. But I'm believing that he just got some bad information and probably stepped out before he probably should have. But we ain't looking to destroy anybody black. That's for sure. That is nowhere on our radar screen. I promise you, the fight that we having every day, I promise you ain't nobody look like you on the line. But go ahead, ask your question. I'm sorry, sweetie.
So my last question is, with regard to your actual website, HBCU League Pass, and excuse me, HBCU.
Because there's like a clone site that we got to take care of too, but that ain't us. That's not us. There's like this clone site that somebody built that has nothing to do with us. That's why we have to make sure people say HBCU League Pass Plus, so you make sure you're on the right site.
Okay. So my question is, can you tell us a little bit about where exactly the idea came from and what it is that you're trying to do? I'm looking at the website and I see that it's a really great concept. Yes. But I also see that like a lot of the stuff that's on there is like dated stuff.
Yes. Great question. Great question. No, that's a good question. So twofold. The concept came from just literally watching YouTube TV more than anything and understanding that nobody has the capacity to make sure the schools have their content shown so that they can monetize it at the same time. So for example, this weekend, we did a little over 1 million views for the GCAC basketball, men's and women's basketball tournament. Okay. So if I feel pretty comfortable that if they shared it with you, and they probably wouldn't, if ESPN2 and Plus showed you the SIC and the CIAA tournament, they wouldn't have half of those viewers, at best. Right. And the reason why is not because it's bad basketball or anything like that. It's because they don't promote the game to begin with. So they don't say, "Hey, coming up on Thursday, watch this." We do, because we have our own network that we can promote out. Okay, that's the same one we use to actually get the advertising dollars. The concept was this: when we first started the network, remember when we're having these conversations with white folk. Just tell the truth and shame the devil. And the white people kept asking us the same question for about a month and a half. "How y'all gonna do this?" And I kept saying, "What do you mean, how are we gonna do this?" And the question they were asking was, black people don't watch HBCU sports. Now, because I come from the business, I understand. My rebuttal was, "Well, of course they don't. You don't put it on TV, crazy. So if you don't put it on TV, how's somebody gonna watch it?" Does that make sense? So when they tell you ratings don't mean anything. I'm gonna say that again for the people in the back. Ratings mean absolutely nothing It's impressions that they care about. And the impressions don't know how many people watched. And if you can't read an impression, you will never get any media knowledge. So you can tell them I'd have 50 million people sitting in Jackson State Stadium, which, by the way, it was very hot that day that Grambling, I came there with Grambling. It was hot as hell. But nobody cared about how many people were sitting in the stadium. What they wanted to know was, how many impressions did you get me? And that's why I started putting the LED signage pieces on the school campuses for free, because that's how they get impressions. Am I making sense?
Makes perfect sense.
Yes.
It's free.
Gotcha. Now, the information I'm giving you, somebody would kill me about, because they do not want Black people to know this. The reason why I'm telling you this, so you understand, is because the agencies are starting to shift already from their commitments. But the only way this system of racism works, this system of excluding you works, it only works one way. If the Black people start fighting amongst themselves, the white folk never got to give you the money. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense.
I could never spend $45 billion. So I have to give it back to somebody. Let me give it to the HBCUs where they're lacking. The little bit of money we've got now, Grambling, let me tell you something. The NIL program that we created for Grambling is incredible. I thought it was a little piece of money, but apparently it's so much. I didn't realize kids weren't eating at any of these schools. They weren't getting 3 meals. I thought it was the craziest thing I heard in my life.
Mm.
We have a whole nutrition program now. We blowing out the athletic department. LED signage everywhere. Because that's how you generate money. Of course they're gonna call me a scammer. That's how you do it. That's how you discredit a Black person. All you gotta do is say, I can make up a tomorrow and say, she stole some money. I never have to tell them how much money you stole, what was the circumstance, or nothing. That's just, they do Black people like that all the time. But what I didn't expect was HBCUs to buy into it. We Black. I'm a dark-skinned brother. I'm Black all day. And just so you know, I just had a conversation with a car company. The chief investment officer could only name 3 HBCUs. And Jackson State wasn't one of them.
I mean, to his point, that's not anything that would be our fault, because
No.
State's been a national brand. And at the end of the day, when you're speaking to corporate sponsors,
Yes, ma'am.
or just white people in general, it's not necessarily about what you deserve. It's what can you do for me?
I got you. No, that is a great concept. And
so if you're not, if we bring the numbers, if you don't have numbers to bring to the table,
that's right,
then I'm not going to give you $10 million.
That's right.
And you're not producing something that's going to make me $30 million.
You got it.
That's not how that works.
First of all,
now
my
next
right.
question is, as HBCU League Pass Plus,
yes,
looking at your website,
yes,
it does not look like a $250 million deal. And that's not to slight you, because it is a great concept, a very great idea, but it doesn't scream $250 million to me. So for me, I want to know what type of changes and investments are going to happen, or, you know, what type of product investment do you plan on doing into this particular, into your website. And since you have a standing lawsuit with the SWAC, like where do you plan on going from here as far as HBCUs? Because to me, looking from a perspective, a marketing perspective, the SWAC schools are bringing a lot to the table. They're bringing a lot to the table with regard to content. Of course, Deion Sanders bought some exposure to bring different types of viewers. Yeah. So my question is, what do you plan on doing to invest more so in your website, as far as like getting it to look like something that is at that type of standard? And yes, that's my son snoring. Snoring.
I was about to say, what is that?
My son snoring. Sorry.
Yeah, out of there.
Yeah. Okay, very good. Okay. Yeah. So number one, let me answer the first question. Number one, that's our website. Remember, we're on all the platforms. So as long as you have a smart TV, we own it. So when you look at it on TV, it looks like regular TV. That's the website. Number two, and more importantly, here's something I want you all of us, to get out of. We don't have to be white, because Black people spend $1.8 trillion every year. We spend more money than anybody. I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Your value is wrapped up in your money. Okay. So let me give you an example. We was on the phone. I'm gonna tell the story because it's true. It's really true. Um, we were on the phone with McDonald's. Their chief marketing officer says, "Hardy, I remember you from the Warriors." I said, "Hey, how you doing, Morgan?" And she said, "Well, Black people are 40% of our business." And of course, you know me. I'm like, "Wait a second. Well, y'all should know me by now. This is how I talk to them too." I said, "What are you talking about? Black people are 40% of McDonald's?" And she said, "Yeah, 32% is Hispanic." I said, "Well, damn, do white people go to McDonald's?" And she said, "No, that stuff will kill you." And it taught me something right then. It's because I said, "Well, wait a second. If we're 40% of your business, then why aren't you investing 40% of your marketing dollars in us?" Now,
Right.
some people might say, "Well, we already got you." It's like, well, I'm sure your investors would love to know that your biggest amount, which means if Black people stop going to McDonald's right now, they're going out of business.
Mm-hmm.
There ain't gonna be no restructuring. There ain't gonna be no relaunch. They gone. But let me show you the difference between value. When one of the companies asked me, "Hey, do you guys do anything with Deion Sanders?" And I said, "Who? You mean Jackson State?" And she said, "Who is that?" And I said, "He's the coach of Jackson State." She goes, "Oh, I didn't know that." So the value is based on not the look and the feel. That's
Right.
what Black people get caught up in, the look and the feel. The reason why we're so valuable is because we provide the impressions and the reporting. Okay. So the chief investment officer ain't gonna never look at their website. She will look at and see if the tags are firing on the commercials that we just ran. Does that make sense?
I mean, perfect.
Yes.
So that's number one. Number two, we've invested, just so you know, even a company like a Black College Sports Network. Hell, we love to invest in your show, because we need more outlets to get more impressions. And the more impressions we get, the more money we can
Invest in
get.
this show.
Of course, I love your
You
show.
want to invest?
I
You
tell
want
you,
to invest?
I watch your show. Yeah, I love it.
You talking about Doc Holiday, HBCU Overdrive?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hey,
sir.
don't gas me up, because I
No,
tell
no,
the missus, and she'll be like, "Hey,
no.
hey, I got Mr. Campbell on here. He'll hit
No. We love the show. I even I hate to use this term because my ego's so big. You have to forgive me. I love it when she is blasting me sometimes. I'm like, "That's great." Tonight when I saw it, I was with the folks from Nissan at dinner, and I showed it to them, and they were just cracking up laughing because they love the loyalty that you all have. Because loyalty means sales, which means if I invest in you, you're gonna buy my product. Does that make sense? There's a value to that. But what has happened is, unfortunately, we got into repeating what they told you was value.
right.
And whatever they told you was value is set up so that they can keep the money here. So, for example, the folks from Colorado told us that their apparel deal, they get $10 million from Nike and all the free stuff you can get. Now,
Mm-hmm.
most people don't. Now, most people don't know why they do the HBCUs like they do, where they're making them customers. So everybody will say they got a shoe deal or an apparel deal, but the deal is based off you just buying stuff. Your school buying stuff.
Correct.
And the reason why that is because they never take it retail. So when I did the Russell athletic deal, when all the HBCUs ran Russell, the one thing Russell never wanted to do was take it to retail. And the reason why is because they couldn't keep up with the orders they were getting from the bookstores. That's how much
Oh,
stuff y'all was buying.
that Russell deal was terrible.
Everybody tells me that now. I was like, well, I did try to step out from it from a little bit. But if it had been executed as designed, where that's why you can't go get an authentic Jackson State jersey from Target, from
Mm.
Walmart. You can't get the official sideline gear.
I
Okay,
mean, that's a
like
deal that needs to be done through Fanatics anyway, because Fanatics, for a time, they were doing jerseys that were
Mhm.
customized. And
That
I'm
that is
sure that
that is one outlet. Yes, that is one outlet that could do it. That is
I
correct.
have to say this. I
Mhm.
I am an employee of Fanatics. I work for
Oh,
Lee. So
oh,
I,
okay. Sorry about that. we
but
don't want to put you in trouble. We won't put you in
hey,
trouble.
no. Even my district manager told me we was talking about this a while back, and he was
Hmm.
telling me like um he found out that I was doing my podcast, and he was like, "Yeah, man, we used to sell a lot of black college jerseys and stuff, but they wasn't making too much, the money." But I'm like,
Correct.
nobody never. But see, the thing is, nobody never put it out there that they
That's
were
right.
actually selling it either.
That's right.
So
There you go.
we had me and my district manager, we have a dialogue about.
Hmm.
He asked me what I'm doing as far as the show and stuff like that, and
Yes.
don't tune in. But he just asks questions whenever he comes visit my store.
Yes.
But he put it out there like we might need to go back doing that again, and we probably need to go actually need to go and promote it more, because if you really think about it, like my company, we have exclusive rights for the Negro Leagues.
Hmm.
We sell
Hmm.
the hats and the jerseys and like the
Hmm.
apparel. We also
Hmm.
have the exclusive deal with the Black Fives and
Hmm.
uh, the Harlem Globetrotters. So we're the
Okay.
only ones that actually can sell
Yes.
that type of stuff on our, for our business and stuff. And we sell it in store. We sell it online. Um, like if you want to see a hat or like a Homestead Grays jersey, you can only get it from us.
Right. No, you're right. And as a part of that, that's one check.
Right.
So hear me out. That's one check. You should be also getting a check from Walmart, from
Hmm.
Target, from any other outlet, home, what is it called, home decor, anywhere else, nationally.
Right.
The reason why they don't do that deal is because the more money an HBCU makes in their athletic department, it destroys the economic model that they set up, because they invest their money in the SEC, in the ACC, in the Big Ten. Okay, if the black kids start going to HBCUs, guess where the money got to start going?
Gotta go to us.
This ain't rocket science, y'all. I promise you. And they got to have us fighting with each other to say, "Hey, that's why I can't give you none of the money." That's why I'm reaching out to you guys to say, just tell it as it is. The court case is gonna take care of the court case. I
Right.
promise you. It's gonna be so clear that half of it you ain't gonna believe no way. You're gonna say until the court is in a court document, you probably gonna say, if I told you half of it, you say you got to be making that up. You would say, why would somebody do that and kill us? That's
Man.
how serious it is. But we have to do it, unfortunately, in our opinion, because I'm very serious about what I'm doing. I am tired of the HBCU being dogged out, being thought of as less than, the students even being thought of as less than. You guys have no idea. I wish I could record half these conversations that we have where they speak in a manner that I promise you, if you think you all be mad at me, you probably go through the Zoom call and slap half these people. That's how serious it is. And the only thing that can stop the movement is infighting, is misinformation. Okay.
I mean, for me, as far as misinformation, the only thing I was posting was an actual lawsuit and an actual settlement. And
Yeah,
so
no, you good.
for me, that's not me sharing that there was a settlement, or excuse me, that there was a lawsuit
Yeah.
filed against New Vision Sports and that you
Yes.
were the owner of New Vision Sports, and
Yes.
that there was a settlement from against you for
Yes.
HBCU pro football. That's
Yeah.
not misinformation, because that's not who I am. So when I post certain things like that, it means that I have actual facts to what I'm saying. Now, you explaining it to me and saying that there was some nefarious dealings going on with regards to corporations, I understand that. And I mean, I could do a little bit more research to figure out
Please do.
what that means. But
Yeah.
from my point of view, I looked it up and it said that you were sued for intentional misrepresentation and fraud
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
claiming to be the official broadcast agent of CBS College Sports.
Yeah,
And then
which makes no sense on its face because I'm like, I'm a man, I'm a person. How could I be the broadcast? I mean, if you say Urban Edge Network is a broadcast company, but when I read it myself, I was like, that didn't make any sense.
It was New Vision Sports, but of course, because you're the owner, they put your name on there.
Right.
It was breach of contract, intentional misrepresentation. I think they said something regarding putting a logo on a letter that you had sent to that person, and it was settled, meaning I don't know if you just decided to go ahead and settle it because it was a dispute, but nevertheless, those were the charges and they were rewarded money for it. So for me to make these types of statements against you and then saying there's a $250 million lawsuit against the SWAC and McClellan, and he was basically speaking down on you to these types of corporations with regards to like, don't get into business with him. That is what I've said.
Yeah,
and
but let me put some meat on the bone so I'm clear. First of all, I have no idea who HBCU, whatever that sports thing is. I literally have never heard of that for my life. Never got served anything, so nothing was settled. So I have no idea. That's how I knew it was all wrong in the first place. I hadn't settled with anybody. Don't even know who that is. Period, point blank, end of discussion. Don't even know who that is. Number two, someone's opinion about me, I ain't gonna sue you about that. He's getting sued because he told them we didn't have a contract. Does that make sense?
Yes.
There's a difference between saying, hey, I don't like this guy, and they ain't got a written up contract with Grambling. We do have a contract with Grambling.
It says libel and slander and defamation of character and unfair business practices. I will say this, that there was claims, and I don't know, there's no lawsuit about this, so you could speak to it, that you were trying to do business deals with FAMU's AD without proper clearance from the school.
Yeah, good question. Great question. I'm glad you brought that up. No, we actually did a deal with who had their rights. Do you know who has FAMU rights?
Who has their rights? I don't even
know. Right. I want y'all to write this down. Called Peak Sports.
Peak Sport. Oh, that's the East Coast. That's almost the East Coast.
They have about 6 HBCUs. Now, if you notice, because they're white owned, nobody ever talk about the white boys. They own the rights to FAMU. Guess who we did a deal with? Why y'all quiet? That's right. So if somebody said we did a deal with FAMU, they're a liar. We never did one with FAMU. That's just something somebody made up. When we did the NASCAR with FAMU on it, do you know who owns the rights to FAMU's logo? Yeah, everybody quiet? CLC. So we did the deal with the rights holder, CLC. We were never in violation of anything.
We're not talking about necessarily you being in violation, but that it wasn't cleared through the proper channels with regard to.
And that's what I'm explaining to you.
And so that's why he was, among other things, that's why he had to be relieved of his duties.
That's what was made up. The rights holder have every right and privilege to sign with us because they're the ones who have the rights.
So basically, you didn't even go through the AD. You just went straight.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Yes, somebody made that up. Okay. I'm gonna say for the third time, somebody made that up. I'm not sure who. I'm not sure why. But no, Courtney couldn't have signed it if he wanted to. He could have given y'all.
President, right?
That's right.
The president.
That is correct, sir. It's just something somebody made up to try to make us look bad. Now, most people ask me, well, why everybody attacking y'all if y'all helping them out? And the only answer I can come up with at this point is, well, we gave it a name, but we'll talk about that later. But at this point, I'm thinking ego. And then, believe it or not, most Black people don't understand what we're doing. And because they don't understand it, they immediately try to reject it. Now, you have to ask yourself.
I don't think it's a matter of that. I will say this, that some of the people that represent or that have dealings with you, they attack negatively certain people from the SWAC. And so naturally, if you're going to be aligned with certain people who are, constantly pushing this narrative, then you're going to get pushback. So for me, and so I mean, I just happen to say, well, let me figure out what these people are talking about and why are they pushing this so hard. And that's
Yes.
when it fell into my lap that you did have a previous litigation, of which
Yes.
now you're explaining that you know you
Now
don't
I
really
want
want
you to look. I want you to look up ESPN and see how many lawsuits they got.
I got
I want you to look up how many lawsuits the SWAT conference got.
buku.
I got one. So I promise you, if you do business at any level where real money is involved, real authority is involved, well, real influence involved, unfortunately, that is the legal system. Call on my big bro Byron Allen and find out how many lawsuits he in the middle of.
He got plenty of them. And the funny thing is, he's winning.
And he winning them all because they all did it. That's big bro. We love it. We love HBCU Go. We want more in the space. One of the reasons why ESPN is being able to treat the black colleges the way they have is because somehow they got the commissioners to block everybody from doing business. Now, if anybody has any business meetings or business acumen at all, you know the first thing you better do in your category is to do what? Create competition.
Right.
Drives up the price. So respectfully, you have every right. Let me be clear. You have every right to ask me any crazy thing you hear about me. I don't mean I'm gonna answer to everything because half the stuff might come from my ex-wife, for God's sake. We'll talk about that over some drinks. But I'll tell you, but I assure you, we ain't scamming nobody. We ain't trying to hurt nobody. Hell, I like the commissioner. I wish I didn't like him because this would hurt me so bad. I wish I did not like the man. So I could say, hey, let's go after him. But I had to because we have to move him out of the way. It is perfectly fine if you do not want to be a part of the civil rights movement. It is perfectly fine if you do not want to be a part of the revenue stream. But with all due respect, sit your black ass down and stop getting in the way. Respectfully. But that's why I love you so much, because you asked me the real questions. You ain't hiding behind nothing. You wasn't trying to speak in with those terms that people use when they ain't really trying to ask you nothing. You asked me straight out, so at least I can clear it up. Once I clear it up, respectfully, let's move on, because the fight ain't with y'all. I promise you.
But you really think but people always say this. And I'm bringing my guy Mr. Ford up here. Hold on. Bring Mr. Ford up here. How you doing, Mr. Ford?
Hey, how's it going now?
Doing good.
Yeah.
People always say this. There's enough food on the plate for us to have, with HBCUs, all the content that we put out there. There's enough space for everybody. Most of us cover individual schools, our individual, alma mater. Some of us cover pretty much everything. I just have a space where I cover everything, but my alma mater is Jackson State. So I tend to do some stuff about Jackson State, but I have to make sure I have to cover a whole broad band of sports and culture and stuff like that, because other people might not know what's going on the East Coast in the MEAC, or in the South in the SIAC or the CIAA, or even with our NAIA schools here in Oklahoma and Texas and Louisiana. Like, they don't know about this. So
that's right.
It's my duty. It's my job.
Yes.
The missus always tells me that it is your duty to make sure that everybody know what the hell you doing.
That's right.
Get yourself.
So moving forward with the ones that you already have, because you already have schools that are already signed. So when you said that there was interference with this particular deal, was it exclusive to the SWAC only?
Oh, no.
I mean, you said you're making deals with different schools.
Yeah.
So these schools, are they able to still get this 35% of the 200 million? Is this on hold?
No. We're moving forward on the corporate side the best we can. But that's why I was taking this opportunity. And first of all, let me say to you personally, never be afraid to ask me the question. Ask it, because if I can make sure you understand the information because of your love for Jackson State and the HBCUs in general, you're gonna be my biggest advocate once you know the truth. Because as long as that's why I don't mind talking to people like you that said, "Hey, let me ask him the real question." Don't go off with, because half this stuff is blogs. It looks like it's real news, but it's like on a blog or something. My ego says that's great that somebody got time to write something crazy about me, but the truth is it may sway somebody to interfere. But to answer your question, absolutely. So at the time, what was offered to said company included FAMU, Grambling, Stillman, and I think Florida Memorial, if I'm not mistaken, at the time. So that's what was offered at that time when it happened. And again, by the grace of God, or not, I don't know what this was. I was telling people either they were stupid or was helping us or something. I don't know, but we would share the information. That's why I said it's perfectly fine if somebody doesn't agree with the fight. I get it. But you don't seem to me like you shy away from a fight in any way, shape, or form.
I'm not a person that's just going to basically slander a person or talk down on their business. But
yeah, well, no, you were just repeating information. So you were just repeating information. That's why I don't take it personal, because you were just repeating something. I'm saying just understand when Black people, and I love us because I'm Black. I'm dark skinned Black. I don't play games. The way I'm talking to you is how I talk in my business meetings and ever since I was in the NBA and everything. But the one thing they depend on is you and I turning on each other. Because as soon as we do, now whatever lie they told, whatever commitment. Now remember that they was loud with these commitments, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
They was loud with them. Roland just did a fantastic show. You need to go back and look at it. Now saying, you saw everybody's response was, well, we don't really share how much. Really? Well, how we gonna determine if you did what you say you're supposed to do? Because they just thought you guys would forget about it. Well, we don't forget about it because that was our business model. It's to say, we're going to take this money, we're going to give a big portion back to the HBCUs, and we're going to help rebuild the infrastructure for these schools. We're going to go in and do all the things that we beg in the states and things to do. We can do it ourselves through advertising. They gave Quibi $150 million. They spent it in 6 months. What do you think HBCUs could have done with $150 million? That's how serious this is. So respectfully, we don't have time to talk about something that was so crazy in the background. I just literally walked away because if I told you what happened, you would think I was making it up. I'd rather you see it in the court document where you say, oh my God, he wasn't lying to us. If that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense.
What any other questions for me?
You got any questions?
Does she ever tell what her real name is, or do I have to call her Miss She I Love or something like that?
You can just address me by SheLovesThee. You don't need to know my real name.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Offscript has probably shared it with you anyway, but no.
Why you say that?
My normal.
I'm gonna find out I'm gonna call you by your name. I'm gonna call Scotty and ask him what it is.
Don't do that. Mr. Ford, you got any questions?
Huh?
You got any questions for Mr. Pelt?
I'm just walking in. I've been down at the state basketball tournament down at Georgia State. I'm just walking in.
They had a big crowd tonight. I saw.
Yo, they had a big crowd. It's a beautiful arena.
Beautiful.
I saw some 6'9s for the SWAC. I saw one at Wheeler High School. One kid is going to Southern Cal. They was telling me he's already committed. Beautiful. And I saw another one at Grayson because we need us some 6'9s in the SWAC.
Now you know we represent Tougaloo, and they told me at the tournament recently that they beat Jackson State out for a big recruit. Is that true?
You know what? I haven't heard. Where's he from? You know where he's from?
Mississippi. He was from Mississippi.
And Tougaloo beat Jackson State out?
That's what they told me. Big
listen, we need to have a meeting with Mo Williams now. We can't do that now.
That's right.
I heard that too, Mr. Ford.
For real?
I know. Yeah, I really heard that. I didn't want to put that out there and part my language out. This Sir Retro, y'all I ain't been on no live.
You ain't been on live in a minute.
Hey, look, Doc, man, listen, I needed a while to cleanse myself, bro, of all the buffoonery that's been going on, man. Like, hey, listen. it started like real talk, real talk. Okay, so with the whole situation, I ain't finna just go deep into it, you know what I'm saying? Cause we all know
So,
what's going on. But
mhm.
with the whole situation, man, it started affecting my day
Mm.
in my work life, you know, and so I had to make the conscious move, you know, and thank God for yourself, like, excuse me, thank God for ones like yourself, um, SheLovesThee, as well as Ken and Zoe and Rochelle, Travis, Nook, things of that nature to
Yeah.
help me put myself back into my comfortable space. I guess I say for the lack of better terms, you know,
Yeah.
to so I can keep on moving forward because everything kind of happened so fast, bro. But either way, Mr. Ford, you said something about Wheeler, Georgia. Well, Wheeler High School, right,
Yeah, Wheeler High School. That's Jalen Brown's high school.
Mm.
brother? Back in 2008, 2009, I played for Callaway High School
Oh
in
yeah.
North Jackson, Mississippi. We played Wheeler High School. They was the number 8 team in the nation at that time.
Oh
We
yeah.
played them at Marshall High School in Kentucky, and we beat them. In the next week, Callaway High School was ranked top 25 in the nation.
Now who was your coach at Callaway?
Wayne Brent, former
Okay, Brent.
Jackson
Yeah.
State head coach.
Right. Did you go against
I'm not trying to be
Monte
funny.
Ellis?
Excuse me. I am not trying to be disrespectful or funny, but we are literally talking to Hardy Pelt, which is the owner of HBCU
That's all right.
League Pass Plus,
That's all right.
and y'all starting another conversation about sports.
That's all right. That's what
Article,
that's what I love about the
Yeah, I
HBCUs.
wanna
Y'all dig
redirect.
into it. I love it.
We need to
Mr.
redirect.
Article, I just want to let you know it's just
Yes,
you
sir.
by fault, baby.
Yes, sir. I understand. Yes, sir.
I
I
just want to
understand.
redirect the attention to Mr. Pelt because,
Yes, sir.
what are the chances that you're going to be able to get, instead of all this propaganda that's being put out by certain people, when are you going to get
Yeah.
a chance to actually talk to Mr. Pelt himself and ask him those hard questions that we need to know? Because
Yeah.
we can't talk about sports right now. We're
Well,
talking
this is sports related. This is just the business
it
of
is
sports. So I
sports, but
understand what you're saying. Yes,
this
ma'am.
is more so about media rights because
That's
you
right.
have certain people who are screaming,
Yes.
media, media, media. We're
Right.
not getting
Yeah.
what we deserve. Media
That's
rights,
right.
media rights, media rights. And
That's right.
we're trying to figure out, okay, so how much is
Yeah.
the schools getting, and
Yes.
what is it that, why is ESPN, you're saying that it's a bad deal, and we
Yes.
heard about the corporations and the investments.
Yeah.
And so, from my standpoint, like I said, I looked at your website
Yes.
and I like the idea. It's very creative. But once
Hmm.
again, like I said, and I just think maybe it's just you're streaming different platforms. So are they the ones that are actually doing the filming and you're just
Oh, yes.
broadcasting
You
it
know what? You did ask
through
that
your
question. Yes.
website?
Yes, ma'am. Good question. You asked that question, so I apologize for interrupting, but that's important because remember, a lot of the HBCUs already have mass communications departments,
Right.
so they're already filming the game already. All we've done is invested in them, so they got better cameras, better wireless, and then training. Because remember, we represent Roland, and we represent a gentleman by the name of Kevin Frazier from Entertainment Tonight as well, to begin to mentor our next level, because believe it or not, these kids are coming out of these mass communication departments with very to little experience. So NFL Network, remember we did a deal with Nielsen that we announced. It's a huge deal, and the reason why it's huge is because, well, not only that because they pay us, but because they're doing in-depth studies now into the HBCU, because it's 2023, and believe it or not, no one had ever done any studies. They
Oh,
just took it
so
for granted.
Nielsen is trying to basically take the data from your website to see what Black people are watching so that they can
You
sell it
got it.
to other
Yes,
companies.
ma'am. Yes,
And
and the
so you're
promotions that
making
we
money
do as
off
well.
of that. And so and
Yes.
then are you cutting a piece of that to the schools, or is that just a deal for
The
you?
schools that we are partnered with, yes. The ones that we're not, no. We specifically do, and just so you know, just for a real number, it's roughly around 35% of what we get. That's why Grambling makes so much money. That's why Stillman makes so much money. That's why Florida Memorial makes so much money.
And so then why don't you have other schools besides the SWAC?
Because they got scared.
Ooh.
And I'm talking about before all of this hoopla with the SWAC.
Oh no, that's when y'all heard about it. It was already happening when we did it. You just heard about it at a certain time. We have plenty of schools that are signed up, but the conferences felt like they were losing control of their schools. Because remember, the conference only really controls the conference championships. So in the NBA, for example, even though we're all in the NBA, as the vice president of corporate sales and service for the Golden State Warriors, the NBA couldn't tell me what to do with my game.
Right.
But if they had the All-Star game there, like they just had the All-Star game in Utah, everybody in Utah had to leave the building because the NBA took that game over. When it comes to playoffs and championships, they take over.
So making this plain again, basically what you do is you contract out with these schools and you're streaming their content. And then while you're streaming your content, you'll go on a break and you'll basically show commercials of different corporate sponsors.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's no different than
on
YouTube. That's no different than being on YouTube and
there's a big difference between being on YouTube.
No, I'm saying like when we're streaming and we have Google AdSense and there's a commercial that's played and then they get paid off of the commercial.
Yeah, but it's a little different from that. So, for example, if you broadcast your game on YouTube and you went to General Motors and said, "Hey, General Motors, will you buy commercials in my game?" They'll say, "Why do I need to buy a commercial in your game? You're on YouTube. I can just buy YouTube." So I can put an ad right in the middle of your game.
Right. I'm just trying to explain it to people so that they understand what you mean by media rights, because there's people that are representatives of your particular company or that are promoting media rights, but they're not explaining what it is. So we need to make it plain for basically a 10-year-old to understand
what it
is that you're doing. So basically what you're doing is you're have a partnership with the school.
Yes.
The school is streaming their games on your platform. And then in your platform, you have breaks where you do commercials. The people who own those commercials, whether it be McDonald's, Walgreens, or whatever, they're paying you a certain amount. Out of that certain amount, giving back to the school's 35%.
It's roughly right there. Yes, ma'am. That's correct. Now, but let me also say this. It doesn't have to be sports.
Right.
It's actually what we call student activities. So it could be a band practice, it could be a band performance, it can be a step show from the Divine Nine, it could be a speech of the president, it could be graduation. That was the content part. And again, people kind of get confused. They go, "Oh, it's about content." No, it isn't, because the buyers don't even know what you are. All they know is I can provide them the impressions to meet the CPM, which is called cost per thousand, that they're buying. So to break it down like a 2-year-old, because I'm glad you asked this question, because that's exactly right. We have to get the information to our people. When we sign a deal with a school, the reason why we give you a channel is because we effectively have now taken you out of the donation budget and put you into the media budget. And the difference is stark. It's the difference between getting $10,000 from McDonald's for your football season to getting potentially $100,000 for 4 weeks of football. And some schools got it. Some president said, "Oh, I got it." You'd be shocked how many people had never read their bylaws.
And so for me, the difference is for this. You guys, you keep on giving me this 35% number.
Yes.
So in ESPN, they pay per game just a set amount. So they just pay a set amount of money.
They don't do it that way, but go ahead. Yeah, they don't do it that way, but I understand what you're asking. Again, you're talking donation. That's the way the donation budget works.
Right. So we're saying that we're comparing ESPN, because that's what people who represent or have dealings with you, they're always pointing to ESPN. This is a bad deal. This is a bad deal. This is a bad deal. So I want to hear numerically the difference between what HBCU League Pass Plus offers
Yes.
versus what ESPN is offering. You already
No problem.
explained the donation budget, which
Gotcha.
is basically they're giving you pennies on the dollar
Yes.
for your content and that
Uh-huh.
you could get so much more off of it. But I want to hear what the so much more off of it actually is.
Gotcha. So ESPN just made $5.1 billion during football season, basically off the backs of the HBCUs. That's why they put you on ESPN3. They give your conference $740,000. Now, if I made $5.1 billion and gave you $740,000, what would you say?
I need some more money.
You think that's a great deal? You take that deal? Because that's the deal you got.
It isn't it, and then to that I would say, no, that doesn't sound like good numbers.
Of
But
course not.
to me, I'm also saying, how much does a Valley game versus UAPB draw? How many viewers are looking at that?
Well,
How many viewers are looking at
yeah,
Mississippi Valley versus Alcorn? Like,
right.
what are the numbers? How many people are viewing it?
Yeah, the question you got to ask yourself is, how many people would view it if they knew it was on? So in other words, again, I just told you, we were just a little under 1 million views for the GCAC tournament. The supposedly the smallest, the whatever, and I'll guarantee you we dwarfed any numbers from the CIAA tournament as far as viewership is concerned, and the SIAC probably combined. And all that happened was we just told everybody where the game was and made it accessible for them to view it. There is no myth that if you let me do a national campaign telling everybody this coming weekend, Mississippi Valley State is playing anybody. There's almost 400 million people in this country. I assure you at least 1 million people would immediately watch. But they don't do that for the HBCUs. And when they don't, that's the question that is asked. Well, we only get 740 because nobody watches. Well, nobody watches because they don't promote to tell everybody it's coming. Dion made them do it. We were, let me tell you a story. This is a true story. We were at the Daytona 500 with the Grambling car. We represent Hugh Jackson. And Hugh Jackson was sitting next to me. And all he kept saying was, he was on the phone and he kept saying, Urban Edge Network, Expert HBCU Network. And I said, who are you talking to, coach? And he said, I'm talking to Prime. I said, who, Deion Sanders? He said, yeah. He said he wants to talk to you. He puts him on the phone and he says, hey, man, I need you to help me. I said, what do you want? He said, they told me I couldn't put my game on TV. I said, what game? He said, the spring game. And I said, well, we'll broadcast it. That's not true. You can put it on. Deion then turned around and said, if you don't put my game on ESPN2, I'm going to HBCU League Pass Plus. And guess where y'all had y'all spring game at? Now, the problem is, I don't think they gave y'all any money for that. Grambling put their spring game on, and we sold about a little over 200,000 in sponsorships and advertising, and they got that money. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I want to know what not to be in Gremlin's business or anybody else's business.
Yeah, they ain't gonna tell you either. So.
Right, but we keep on hearing we're getting $40,000 per game, but I'm still not hearing what is the difference. And you could be hypothetical.
Yes.
What is it that you guys are offering that's better? Like, is it?
Oh,
I know
so for example,
35% of something,
yeah,
but
so right now from the ESPN deal, roughly, if I'm not, and I may be off on the number, so again, I'll do a hypothetical. Right now, you guys get about $60,000 from that ESPN deal. 60 grand, okay? Grambling is more than what you get from ESPN altogether. Doubled.
Per game?
No, for the whole conference. The conference gets $740,000, okay?
Right.
We give Grambling damn near 3 times that.
That's over $2 million.
Any questions?
It's over $2 million right there. Just
now, I didn't even say NIL. We have a whole NIL program for the student athletes there as well.
And when you say the 2.25 million, that's for all football games, basketball games.
That's for sports. We don't even, if you know, go look at the channel, you ain't gonna see no sports on there. Because we just do student activities with them because everybody was afraid of the commissioner.
So you're paying 2.25 million for these. Like I went on your page and I went to the Grambling page and it's like it's an old
That's right. And I explained to you why an advertiser will still pay me no matter what's on there. Make sure y'all taking notes. Because I'm in the media budget now, and media pays on impressions, not on content. They just told black people that so that y'all wouldn't understand what they were doing. I'm here to throw
When
down
you
all
say
the.
impressions, so I mean, I'm not trying to be funny,
No, you're
but
not. That's a good question.
who is watching this old stuff from Gremlin? Or when you say media impressions, you mean the channel as a whole,
The channel
or for
itself.
that
That's correct.
particular?
All the whole platform. That's correct. So we have
Okay.
people watching it on the app. We have people watching it on the computer, like you just did. Like you being on there just now was another impression.
It's just
No matter
like
what channel you clicked on, did you see a commercial pop up when you turned the channels and stuff?
hold on. It's just like so it's just basically like if you in YouTube
Yeah.
and when you go and look at your numbers on for YouTube, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And all it is basically somebody clicking on your
That's
on
right.
the show.
Right. The only difference is there's a little chip inside the computer. I know it sounds weird, but there's a little chip inside the actual commercial that shows that somebody watched that commercial.
Right.
If you don't have that, then you're not in the media business. So that's why the guys can say they have an SIAC or SWAT network and all that. No, you don't. You just like another YouTube. Because you have to be able to give the impressions and you have to do the reporting. If you can't, they will never give you any media money. So they don't buy content, they buy the impressions. Now remember, we're in 303 million devices. I'm gonna say that again, 303 million devices. Which means if I send out a blast right now about your show, watch at least 100,000 people immediately click on it. Am I making sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what makes us different from everybody else. Is because ESPN won't do that for you. In fact, they get madder and madder at me every time I have these kind of conversations because I explain to them, if I had negotiated that deal, all I would have said to ESPN is like, okay, fine, I'll take your $740,000. But you're going to pay me $2 for every subscriber that comes on to ESPN3. That alone would have made you $50 million.
Yeah.
Because they increased almost by 25 million people. And it's the direct correlation to guess what great school the I love is a direct correlation to why everybody turned on the ESPN3 all of a sudden. And y'all got none of that money. Now you tell me what y'all could have done with $50 million in your athletic department. Am I making sense? Now I wish I was making this up. I wish it was some fantasy thing I was pulling out of my butt because then it would make me feel better. But that's how easy it is to fix your financial problem. You have to stop doing bad deals and stop fighting with people that's trying to help you. Now, if I was charging the school some money, that'd be one thing. There's plenty of guys out there charging money on retainer and all kinds of stuff, ain't giving your school jack. Your school, nobody's school. I don't charge nobody nothing. I give you back money. But we had to build the apparatus to receive the money in the first place. So you can still do your local deal with McDonald's and get your $10,000. I do not care. The SWAT conference can do whatever deal they want to do. We don't care about that because we ain't in that budget in the first place. We don't even talk to the same people. We talk to the media people. We talk to the chief investment officers. They talk to the local marketing manager. Take both money. Get your check and let me give you a check. How about that? It's just black people have been taught to fight each other so much that they literally think I'm scamming them because they go, why would you help us? And I'm going, why wouldn't I help you? Am I supposed to help the white school? I'm black. Proud to be. I don't code switch. I'm black all day. And we as black folks have to stop that.
Being black, really, I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, honey, but we just had Coach Prime leave from Jackson State University.
Yes,
So
I
when
know.
people tout off how black they
I know it's
are, that
wrong. I
don't
know it's
mean
wrong.
nothing to me. My last and final question, and then I'm gonna let you go
I
because
appreciate you.
it's still, or I don't have any more questions for you, me personally. The
Yes.
last thing that I had to ask, because people keep on saying that
Yes.
the SWAC
Mhm.
athletic conference is
Yes.
not named in your lawsuit. To that, I'm going to ask clear as day,
Yes.
because it does say
Yes.
who the defendants are. Weber
Yes.
Marketing and Consulting, which I'm
Yes.
guessing that's hypothetically who did something in regards to
Hypothetically, yes.
breaking up
Yes,
a deal.
yes, ma'am. Hypothetically, yes.
And then the next named defendant is Southwestern Athletic Conference, Inc.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
And
ma'am.
then the third litigant or defendant is Charles McClellan. So that's 3 separate entities that are defendants that are named in your lawsuit.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that I ask, are you suing the SWAC conference?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's
Yes,
all
ma'am.
I wanted to say, because I don't know why Yard Talk keeps on saying that you're not suing the SWAC. You are. They are
I
named.
think, yeah, good question. I think where that came from is that you all may remember when we found out when a said company, said soda company, reached out to us basically to tell us why we were not going to get the $400 million. We put them on what's called a litigation hold, which means hold all your stuff, all your communications with the said
Right,
people
so that they're not able to erase anything.
There you go. Well,
Yeah.
when they freaked out, of course, and then called, hypothetically, the SWAC conference, and then the SWAC conference sued us. Now, it wasn't nothing in the lawsuit; they just sued us. I don't know if they just panicked or what. Like I said, got some bad advice or whatever. But then the commissioner just sued us. Of course, we had that thrown out. I think the judge made it pretty clear. First of all, what the heck are you suing
They
them
said,
for?
I think they said that they didn't file it in the right
Yes.
court. They didn't have jurisdiction, so that's why
That's
it was thrown out, because they filed it in the wrong jurisdiction. That's not
Right.
to say whatever it was in there.
In other words, he can't sue us because he ain't a part of the contract. So he's like, why are you trying to sue them? First of all, why are you suing them in Alabama? If anything, you can sue Grambling if you like in Louisiana. But good luck with that. You work for them. You remember, most people don't realize the commissioner works for the president.
Presidents.
I don't think anybody knew that until this all happened. I was like, he can't make a move unless they did it. So I think he just reacted, and that's why their response now was a little more thought out to say, hey, let's just go to arbitration. Because they don't want anybody to know what's going on. But unfortunately, if that's what's going to convince our people to unite, then let's go. Let's tell it all. Because I don't want you ever think that what I just told you was a bunch of nonsense. I want you to realize, oh my God, we don't have to be broke. We don't have to be struggling. But our leadership has put us in positions that they're making these crazy deals, first of all, and then they out here fighting for it. Like, don't change it. Keep it like it is. Like, why?
Mm-hmm.
Now, they may have a reason. I just don't know what it is. So I hope that answered your question. Is yes, we are now reciprocating, saying, now, since you done put us out here, now let's go back to what we was going to do in the first place.
Right.
And that's everybody. That's for all the agencies. All you got to do is read the recitals. All those agencies, look them up. Look all the brands they represent. Go back and look at the commitments that they made and how much they spent. So it may say 2%, but just know that's 2% of $50 billion. It may be 6% that they committed to Black-owned media, or 8% or 10%, but it's in the billions of what they spend every year. Now, I'm going to leave you this last piece to show you what I'm talking about. So I want to make sure you understand. I hope I make it clear. Let's say a hypothetical kid, okay? So there's a hypothetical game that happens around Thanksgiving between 2 huge schools in Louisiana. And let's say a network was trying to charge them $2 million to be on that network, hypothetically. It leaked to us, and we said, are you crazy? Why would you pay them $2 million? They should be paying you $2 million. And they asked the same question that she asked me, which was, well, what's our value? Does anybody watch it? Blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, you have to understand how this works. Said network, hypothetically, they have these things called upfronts, which means the big networks go to all the major advertisers, and they had already sold the commercial advertising in said game, hypothetically, and was probably walking away with about $30 million. So if I'm about to make $30 million off you, and I don't even got a contract with you, and then I come back to you and say, to put your game that I just sold somebody for $30 million worth of advertising, I want you to pay me $2 million, what would you say? Now I just sold $30 million worth of advertising in the game. I ain't even got no contract with you.
I need 6 million.
That's your worth. Am I making sense? That's your worth. But you have to understand how it works first. That's why I love your questions. The people need to know how this works. They did not have to pay any money to said network. You can walk in there with boldness and say, brother, you already sold this. You already sold this game, so you need this game. So if I tell you can't broadcast this game, you got to get that $30 million back. So I can now ask you for anything I want to, and they're gonna give it to you because they got to play that game. They got to run that game on their network. Does that make sense? If you don't know ESPN is charging $7 or whatever it is now on your back, and you don't ask them for at least $2 per subscriber, that's how you know your worth. They don't have to do that with the Big Ten because it's them talking to them. It's just when they talk to us, the conversation changed. The problem is I already know the game because I was doing it for 30 years. My business partner, who knows it better than I do, just, Ty Brown, he's been in this game longer than me. He wrote half the regional sports deals there are. That's why we're able to walk in there boldly and represent you as an HBCU that they ain't never heard of before in certain cases and say, yes, we'll give you this money. However, let's see if we can find somebody to mess them up so we don't have to give them the money. That's the game plan, guys. And I just want your audience and you guys to always know you can always reach out to me. I normally don't do this, but I said, no, it's time. We got to start telling people the truth before this gets out of hand. They don't realize these folks are hoping that we fight each other. And yes, we have to fight back. Yes, unfortunately, most people don't know this, but when Byron Allen sued Comcast, you may not know this, but he had to sue Al Sharpton, Comcast, the NAACP, Urban League, and Jesse Jackson, them too. Because what happened was they did the same thing that we're alleging. The white folk called them and said, man, would you please get Byron off of us? And they said, we got him. And he said, oh, really? You're getting sued too. So we cannot let anybody, even if they at your school, mess up this civil rights movement. We're going to get y'all money. Now we're going to make money too. We are not a nonprofit. We are a for-profit business. Right. But you're going to get your money and you're going to come out of this poverty in the name of Jesus. How about that?
Please don't bring up God. I mean, I understand that everybody's spiritual, but we're just, it's a little sore spot when people start bringing up God.
Well, don't get mad at God. Get mad at man.
No, we're talking
God
about man using God in it.
No. Listen. I'm from Pentecostal. My brother's a bishop. My Bible says, try the spirit by the spirit, which means anybody jump up and say something, it's spiritual. You should have a strong enough relationship with God yourself that God will tell you whether He's telling the truth or not. So don't ever dismiss God because God didn't lie to you. Somebody else did, potentially.
Yeah, but we thank you for coming on to the show and getting in depth about the what's going on with your.
Yes, I definitely commend you for coming on to the platform Into the Lion's Den.
I love your tweet.
I do wish that Doc Holliday would have gave me a heads up, or I don't know if you just decided to do this on a whim.
Oh no, yeah, I just kind of jumped on. I said, hey, I would love to go on this. I would say I love to go on this show, and they gave me a link, so I jumped on. My attorney don't even know I'm on here, so I may get in trouble. I may get in trouble for this whole conversation, but I definitely wanted to make sure you had at least a rebuttal or at least some information so that you understood that. I respect people's opinions, but my job is just to make sure you at least know the facts that we know it. But I promise you, we ain't here to take nothing from nobody. And I want you to understand and hear my heart is at the end of the day, this ain't got nothing to do with us. We fighting with a whole other group of people over the other side of the fence. We just, unfortunately, in our opinion, we have to deal with the people on this side of the fence for a second to say, hey, you can either join us or sit down, but don't get in the way. Because you losing yourself money and us.
That's real talk, though. That's real talk.
If y'all ever need me, let me know. I'm here for you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Anytime.
Whew, that was a interesting conversation right there. And, and my co-host didn't back down from nothing. She ain't back down for nothing. But that's something that we that's something that we actually needed to hear. We kind of need to know what was going on.
I mean, that's definitely something you would have to process over time and really do your research. For me, I did, of course, my research regarding the lawsuit that he had, but he did come with some interesting information regarding certain people trying to shut him down from succeeding, which I always know that as far as systemically trying to hold people down so that they're not able to flourish, I can definitely understand that. So with that information, of course, I would have to actually go back and watch it for myself because of course I didn't know that he was coming on, so a lot of my questions were just off of the dome, and I would have to really listen to what it is that he is explaining to me.
Right.
That's all. I commend him from coming on.
Yeah. Um, what do you think, Mr. Ford?
Well, I've always said the main thing I want is to get rid of ESPN. I said I've never thought that ESPN would treat us correctly or fairly, whatever. So I've learned a lot. I've heard about them, but I learned a lot from the dialogue that y'all had with him. But I still say I wish we could get rid of ESPN. I read something this week about Byron Allen is enlarging HBCU Go. Did you read that?
I heard that Sway from Sway in the Morning,
Uh-huh.
uh, off of Sirius Satellite Radio, I think he came along as I don't want to say a partner, but I think he's trying to get him to come on but just with HBCU Go and
Mhm.
CU League Pass Plus, like I said, it's enough space out there for both entities to have food on their plate and stuff like that. So
To me, I don't think that they should get rid of ESPN. I just think they need to be coming to the table with a higher demand. Because if you think about it, ESPN's reach is international. I mean, of course, streaming it on a platform like HBCU Go or HBCU uh Pat Pass Plus, League Pass Plus, that would be international in the sense that you could go on your computer and watch it. But we're talking about the sheer number of people that are already on those platforms that tune in and the millions and millions of viewers and subscribers that you already have. So ESPN is making money twofold, and from what I understand, they were still losing money because ESPN, they charge subscribers $6.99 a month, and then they also have advertisers like he's saying,
hmm
giving them billions and billions of dollars. So I I think for ESPN, it's more so of if HBCU Go is expanding, then that could be something that we see. Or if HBCU League Pass Plus, for me, I would just like to see the content get better. If you're talking about paying $2.25 million, a presentation for me is everything. And I just looked at the
right.
website, and I don't know if ever anybody who has the chance, I would just say go on your own time, go to HBCU League Pass Plus and take a look at the website. It's an interesting concept, which basically it just has channels just like you would see on a TV, like it's just like it. But the um I guess it's maybe the streams, and maybe that's because they're streaming it from various other people's basically from their camera. So the same way that Jackson State, when you go and you see a football game and it doesn't look right, That's basically how it is. They're streaming from somebody else's broadcast. So I feel like it's a good idea. He's saying that it's not really about the presentation, it's about how many impressions it gets. So
Yeah.
basically they're going to get $50 million from different advertising, and you're going to get 35% of that split down. So the schools are going to get 35% of that 50 million, and it just is chopped up between all of the universities. I mean, I get it. I don't think I just have questions, more questions. But like I said, I would have to actually rewatch the whole thing to break it down.
All right, man. So, like I said, it's always gonna be a conversation that we gonna have, and we gonna continue to have this conversation down the line. So, it's this conversation will never be dead. It will not go. You know what I'm saying? It won't go away because we still gonna ask questions about.
It's
Uh,
good to hear HBCU goes expanding, though. What do you think? Do you think they're going to be showing multiple games?
I think they need to show multiple games because I just think they're in a trial period as far as what they want to, as far as not what they want to do, but how they're showing the football and the basketball games and stuff like that. So hopefully, within the actual year that they went live, they can actually go ahead and what I'm saying, have more people to come out because this is just a trial. To me, in a sense, it's a trial basis, but just looking at the trial basis, that HBCU Go trial basis is legit.
And I think it's going to get better. I think that is their next step to show multiple games. Now, one thing he pointed out, and I really caught on to that, is he's saying that we need to examine and we need to hold accountable our leadership. You know what, that kind of stung me because I'm like, yeah, I think we do. Because what he's basically saying is that the leadership, I don't know if he's talking about Dr. McClellan or whoever he's talking about, he's saying that they're making bad deals and then they're fighting for these bad deals. So I think that's something we need to look at.
Well,
And
I will say
examine.
this, not in a negative standpoint, but there's a lot of old blood in some of these places,
Yeah,
and um they're not necessarily like they have a certain way of doing things or certain mindset of how things should be done. And when you don't have innovative people to say maybe you should try this or this is a good idea, and it's getting shut down, then that does need to be, you do need to make a change. And that's one thing that I will say that Deion Sanders helped is showing the innovative, meaning Deion Sanders showed you the potential and how great it is with regards to what you are owed, what the type of content that can be done, the type of like using social media to expose and advertise and promote everything that is great. And we also now see that because they see how great it is, that they will try to steal it and monetize it. So I do think it is important to protect those types of things. But we've had people that have the power to extend to not only HBCUs, but just blacks in general, and they're black people. Oprah had her own network. Diddy had his own network. Like, we've had black owned media that have had a chance to reach back to HBCUs and they never did. So I commend Byron Allen for investing in this HBCU Go. I like where it's going. HBCU League Pass Plus, I'm not officially sold on it 100%. But I do like that idea as well.
right. I mean, I think we can just, to me, it's gonna be something to grow on, but I'm glad that it's out there, and especially for HBCU League Pass Plus to put out those small, like you said, put out those small schools like a Tougaloo or Wiley, you know, a Flow Mode, those schools like that, Stillman, and to let people know that, in a sense, these schools do exist. But for now, like I said, that's always gonna be a conversation that is never ending. But we can come back to that, at a later time. But man,
Okay,
look,
now you can let your friend on so he can talk about basketball or what. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Retro.
Sir Retro in the chat.
So I'm on that.
Hey man, look, we about to get into these streets, man. We about to get into these HBCU, this SWAC and MEAC streets right here. Look,
Hey, Timona, don't do me like that now.
I
I've been
wasn't.
supporting.
We over
I've
here
been
talking.
supporting from day one. You hear me?
Hey, listen. I was like, is this a op who he done text and told to come in
oh
here and change
no,
the whole
he,
subject?
Man.
he,
We
he,
talking
he,
about rights and you over here talking about some, yeah, I got basketball. I was like, what? Refocus. Redirect.
Man,
Redirect. First of all,
I'm
I gotta
born
ask
and
the
raised.
room.
I'm born and raised off Raymond Road, baby. Went to Far Hill, but graduated from Callaway '09. Don't play with me.
hold on. There's a disclaimer. I'll tell y'all,
Okay.
my mama is in the chat right now, and she telling y'all, watch yourself.
Okay. We
No, not
I'm
you,
gonna
not
watch
you,
it.
not you, not you, not you. She talking about the people one person in the chat. She said, watch yourself.
Oh, okay.
She said, watch yourself because she, she not the one to play with about her oldest son.
Man, somebody gonna say I was paid to try and change the subject. Man, I
No, I'm
came in
saying
late.
like we was
I,
talking.
I
No. What I'm saying is we were talking about media rights. It was a very serious conversation.
It was.
And I thought you was coming in here to ask him some more questions, and then you was getting ready to start talking about basketball. I was like,
Nah. My bad, Timona. I came in late. I apologize for that,
yeah.
man. I thought he was somebody, you know, on the other on the other side. You feel me? I came in to really get on his. I ain't gonna cuss on your channel, doc. But
You
I
good?
came in to get on the other side with him. You feel me? But But nah, man, come on, man. Y'all know what I stand on, bro. I'm juice it all the way down, man. I don't play like that, bro. And
Yeah.
folks talking about taking president, bro. Come on, man. Look, bro. I'm born and raised in the city, man. Been in here my whole 31 years. What you talking about, bro? Man, I ain't playing with these folks, man. You hear me? Hey,
Hey
what
man,
going on though, bro? Hey, look, Doc. What going
what's
on,
up, man?
bro?
Man, we about to get into these streets, man. We about to get
Man.
into these swag and MEAC streets. So on the women's side, y'all. All right, everybody done finished their season. Women's, we done came in and put a 19-point, 19-point drubbing against Mississippi Valley. They had a chance. If you watched the game today on Valley Sports Network on YouTube, they, in probably like the second or third quarter of the game, Valley was trying to go at it with these kids, with these girls. I'm talking about they was shooting Talon Bowler going
I
out
ain't seen
there.
that many threes back and forth.
That's what I said.
I said, what in the world?
Talon Bowler was in the corner. Wow. Then I seen the other chick from Valley. Wow. And then next thing you know, Bowler again in the corner. Wow. I was like, oh, you know what? They trying to start. They trying to start something today. But we finished the season. Jack State finished the season 20-8, 17-1 in conference. So they are the number one seed for the conference tournament coming up next week. They will be playing Grambling girls, Grambling women.
Ah man, you know it's over with. Hey, look. See, I'm gonna tell you this right here, Doc. Now, basketball, my thing, now, bro. You hear me?
Yeah,
What coach doing, bro? See, I tried to get, and I don't want this to come off wrong. You see, but what coach doing is catered to the players that she have in terms of success. Now, Mo can have that same type of success. I like his offense, and I told bro this. I like his offense, but his offense is catered towards guards, and you got to have dogs. I ain't saying they ain't got no fight in them, but when you coming out that pick and roll, bro, man, your PG have to be an absolute dog, bro. Somebody that the defense understand that either he gonna pull that thing, or he gonna get to the bucket, or he gonna drive and kick. You see, because he run a pro style offense
yeah.
in terms of Mo. He run a post style offense, bro. You feel me? And he do a high pick and roll. They give you it. Go ahead.
Nah, because we just getting into it. But like I said, as far as the women's side, they are the number one seed in the conference tournament. They are playing Grambling, who actually won against Alabama State tonight, 62-60. So it was a close game. Also, Prairie View defeats Texas Southern, 65-57. So Texas Southern gets to go home. Prairie View goes to the conference tournament. Bethune with 11-point victory against FAMU, 80-69. So
Mr. Campbell, Mr. Campbell, Mr. Campbell.
she
Hear
gonna
me
get
out, both on men's and women's side. We need to know what the game plan is, and we need to know what's going on for next season, because that's not gonna work. 4-14 overall, that's not gonna work.
So that brings, I think that puts Bethune.
Hell Wildcats. Hell Wildcats.
Yep, Hell Wildcats. So they are going to the conference tournament. Alcorn loses to Pine Bluff, 74-66. Coach Dawn Thornton had those girls balling out there today, that's a good thing. And Alabama A&M falls to Southern, 66-53. So in a sense, it's basically the first 8 teams that's going to the tournament, and the last 4, hey, you get to watch it at the house.
So if Florida A&M would have won, would they have been able to go?
It all depends on the conference record. That's all it is.
Okay.
It all depends on the conference record. So if their record is, so we look at it. So you got Jackson State 17-1. You have a 1, 2, 3, 4. Was that a 4-way tie? Well, second place at 12-6. So those teams right there, 12-6.
So do you see this right here where it says school and it says Jackson State and it's got the men and the women on here and
Commissioner's
the
Cup.
totals, and it says that we're in first place?
Yep.
Can you explain to me what the Commissioner Cup is?
So basically, the Commissioner's Cup is what they do. They give award to the team that pretty much, if you finish first in your conference, if you win your conference, if you win the conference tournament, championships, that's what it goes by. It goes by championships, like for the conference. So we got.
Yeah,
And who has the best all-around program? Who has the best all-around athletic program? One's called the C.D. Henry Award, and the other one's the Sadie McGee Award. The women's side is the Sadie McGee, and I think the C.D. Henry is the men's side.
Mr. Campbell, we don't give out participation trophies to everybody. Not everybody gets to sit out. You know when
Come
everybody
on,
gets to
that
play.
sis. It's the swag now. Everybody got to be represented now, sis. Come on now.
That's not fair. Call the commissioner up. No, because then what will happen if like that's I think that I don't know. Mm. It says Commissioner Cup is for all sports. Does
Mm-hmm.
everybody hear that? Commissioner Cup is for all sports. So they must give it at the end of the season or something. But we in
So
first place nonetheless.
so they give it at the end of your sport, like your sports cycle. So
Yeah,
like last
I think.
sports,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's after the baseball season, isn't it?
it's after
Or
the
the,
baseball season.
yeah, yeah. Prairie View Alabama State is always really good.
They must
Prairie
have got
View,
theirs. Where'd they get all them points from? Track?
yeah, track, tennis. I think they got a good golf program. Now you got to
We're
remember
gonna get
about
them in soccer. We're gonna get them
Alabama State wins in everything but football and men's basketball. Everything else they win.
soccer, women's soccer.
Yeah,
Yeah, and they also won the men and women's indoor track championship. They won the men's and the women's
yeah.
championship.
Okay, well we should win in soccer, so well on the women's side, we should win soccer. And we doing real good in baseball too.
Yeah, baseball is
I
a
think we might
Yeah,
take it this year.
yeah,
baseball.
you got a good check. You got a good coach. What's his name? Omar.
Omar Johnson.
That guy's good, man.
Yeah.
He's good. And y'all get them kids from the Caribbean too, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, y'all baseball program is tough. Uh, Alabama State's baseball program is tough. So is Southern and
Yeah.
I think what is it, Prairie View? Or is it Texas Southern? Texas Southern, right?
Prairie View.
Yeah, one of them is really good in baseball.
So you got Jackson State going to be playing Grambling. Alcorn
Where are
is
you
playing
seeing where are you
Pine Bluff.
seeing this at? Where are you seeing it? Does
Like,
it have
I'm going off by the standards.
Oh, okay. You're just doing like 1 versus 8, 2
Mhm.
versus
Yeah,
7.
that's how they do it.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. I thought you had like an actual thing. Okay.
so Bama State is going to play Pine Bluff, which that's going to be a good. My mom said, Mr. Ford.
Uh,
My mom said hello.
hey, how you doing? Your mom's in Dallas? Where's your mom?
She's in Dallas, in Oak
She's
Cliff.
in Okay, okay. Yeah. How
So
you doing?
we got that will be a good matchup right there. Alabama A&M is going to go up against Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman had a little late surge, but they did have some growing pains with that little slide that they had.
Right.
Are we going to do a March Madness bracket? A $20 March Madness
We
bracket
could.
for our Saturday Night Live? We should.
We should do that. That's a
Yeah.
good idea. That's a great idea right there. That is a great idea. You got Prairie View going to play Southern. So Prairie View is going to play Southern, which is going to be that's good. That's going to be a good matchup. Also, Prairie View has a lot of guards. Not too many bigs, but Diana Rosenthal. If y'all watched her play, they played on HBCU Go earlier today. She is a dog. She is a dog. That's the men's. That's the women's. That's both. That's both. Um. So your number one seed, like I said, is Jackson State. So they will be playing on March the 8th, which is Wednesday.
Mhm.
Are you surprised that Jackson State on the men's side finished 3rd overall?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all.
Did Southern lose or something? Because I thought we were in first place, but when I looked at the standings, it had us in third, I think.
Southern did lose tonight.
Ooh,
We're gonna get into that men's side too. First of all, let me get to the MEAC on the women's side. Shout out to Norfolk State women's Lady Spartans basketball team for winning the MEAC conference on the women's side. So give kudos to them.
That's Coach Vickers. The guy's name is Vickers.
And he got those girls playing.
Yeah, he was on the men's staff, and they asked him to take the women.
So that's a good thing. So you look at it right there. I think Morgan State finished second.
Yeah, that guy's good too. I'm trying to think. What is his name? He's from DC. He at one time was at Bowie State, and he was also at Dale State.
Mm-hmm.
Ed, I think his name is it Ed Williams? Ed something.
I have to look at it.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah, I remember him. He has a history.
Howard comes in at third place.
Okay.
So they will be taking on South Carolina State on Wednesday also. So this the MEAC tournament is in Norfolk, Virginia at the Scope.
At the Scope. The house that Julius Erving built.
You also have Central is fourth.
Mm-hmm.
So they be taking on Delaware State on Wednesday evening. And then Thursday is Morgan State versus Maryland Eastern Shore. This is on the men's side. I'm sorry. This is on the yeah.
On the men, okay.
Yeah, men's side. Morgan State versus Maryland Eastern Shore.
That's homeboy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Coppin State and Norfolk State on Friday. So that's who they playing Friday. Shout out and on the men's side, shout out to Howard for winning the conference outright.
The men?
The men, they ain't got to share with nobody. They missed the Ford. On Thursday. Norfolk came in and they was pretty much, I think they was like, I don't know how many points they gave them right there, but Howard took them to the woodshed.
That guy's a graduate of Duke, isn't he?
They was 11. What they was 11-3 overall in the conference.
Yeah,
took him to the woodshed, won by 20.
What's his name? What's that coach's name at Howard?
Larry Blakeney.
Yeah, he played for Coach Krzyzewski. Yeah, yeah. He's doing a great job at Howard.
Yeah. So
he's from that DC area, I think. He's from that area.
So Howard, congratulations to Howard.
Yeah.
For winning the conference outright.
And they need to build a new gym.
Well, hey, Mr. Ford.
The
game was on ESPNU. It was on ESPN.
Was that today? That was today?
That was Thursday.
Oh, it's Thursday. Okay.
Yeah, they ended their season Thursday.
Okay.
It was packed.
Oh yeah.
It was packed. So that's the first time that Howard has won the conference outright in 30 years.
That's about right. Yeah.
So
was it Cy Alexander the last one to win a championship? Who's the last coach at Howard?
You was right. Cy Alexander.
Cy Alexander. He's working with somebody now. He's on somebody's staff. So
I'm looking at this. This might be a rematch in the conference tournament final.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. Basically, that tournament is a home game for Norfolk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Norfolk's really good in that tournament. And don't forget that Moulton guy at North Carolina Central. He's dangerous in tournaments.
Too. Yeah.
Yeah, he's really dangerous.
So I'm going into the SWAC on the men's side. Shout out to Jackson State finishing the season with a dub against Mississippi Valley, 68-60.
And you say that was on TV?
That was on Valley Sports Network on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Now this game was on HBCU Go. I watched this game all the way through. Prairie View comes out with a close victory on Texas Southern, 78-74. I watched this game. I thought that the refs literally was trying to hand the game to Texas Southern. Like literally, the calls that they was making in this game, I literally thought they was trying to hand the game to these boys. It was like one call, dude felt like he got pushed with an elbow. He flopped on the floor like he was a fish. He pulled one of those LeBrons. I'm a flop. But that was an exciting game. It was packed out at the Baby Dome today in Prairie View, so it was a great game right there. Great game atmosphere too.
Right.
Bethune-Cookman comes out with the 21-point win against FAMU, 91-70. So, Timona, you can go ahead and talk your noise.
And who does Mr. Campbell want for the new coach, men and women? I was trying to see if they could get the guy down at Bethune to come to FAM. What's his name? The Hall of Famer.
Which one?
You know, he's the AD and the boys basketball coach at Bethune.
Oh, talking about Coach Theus, Reggie Theus.
Reggie Theus, yeah. Can't you see Reggie Theus at FAMU? That beautiful building they got? He packed the house. Go get some players. Call them the running rattlers or something.
I like that sound, the running rattlers.
The running rattlers. They hadn't had a solid program at FAM since that Gillespie, man. That's been, over 20-some years ago. FAM's basketball is terrible. But, the word is that FAM doesn't care about anything but football. I hate that.
So, let's see. Let's continue on. Alabama A&M, like I said, now, beat Southern by 3, 68-65.
Oh,
at Baton Rouge. They went down.
Listen, can I say this to them Southern people? Y'all need to pump y'all brakes on that, talking about firing, what's that coach's name?
Charles Woods.
Yeah, he's a good coach. Listen, he just needs some big people. And the other thing y'all need to do is give him a raise. Hey, I didn't tell you, Doc, I saw the salaries they paying at Southern. Southern needs to pay better salaries than they paying. They paying him, I think, $120,000. I know women in the MEAC making more than that.
Ooh.
That's ridiculous. And then you should see the football salaries. Now they paying Eric Dooley $310. Then nobody else is making over $80,000. And they call themselves FCS and Division I, and your defensive coordinator making less than $100,000. Your position coaches shouldn't make less than $90,000. Wait, Southern, listen. Somebody need to get to the president and to that Roman Banks and tell them they got to stop paying them people starvation wages. Pay those people correctly. And talking about Sean Woods got to go. No, you need to give him a raise.
Because ain't nobody else going to come and coach.
I'm telling you, he needs a raise. $120,000. I'm telling y'all, there are women coaches in the MEAC making more than that.
Man. So let's continue. Pine Bluff loses to Alcorn 63-58. So, and Grambling with a 20-point victory over Alabama State, 69-49. So basically, Grambling and Alcorn are co-champs, but in a sense, they're really not co-champs because Alcorn has the upper hand because they actually beat Grambling.
Right.
They beat Grambling early in the season.
Yeah.
So in a sense, Alcorn is the actual SWAC champion for the regular season.
Yeah, I think so. They're going to be tough in that tournament, too.
Why did you say they're the actual? Because they beat Grambling?
So, yeah, they beat. So
they got the tiebreaker, right?
Tiebreaker, because they
got the tiebreaker.
played one time this season.
Yeah.
But and they played them in. I think they played them in Alcorn. Grambling went to Alcorn and played, and they lost. And it was I think it was like a 3 or 4 point game that, it wasn't a blowout or nothing like that. It was a close game. But because Alcorn has that victory over Grambling, Alcorn technically is the SWAC champion for the regular season. Now, what might happen is Grambling and Alcorn might see each other in the semis.
Right. Yeah. That would be great.
That
would be a hot one.
Right. They might see each other in the semis instead of in the finals. It all depends on how they have the brackets set up.
Yeah, and I didn't like the SWAC brackets one time. I didn't like the way that they need to copy that CIAA tournament bracket. I didn't like the way the SWAC make their brackets. No.
So yeah, that's the thing about it is you don't want to be co-champs and then you got to figure out what the heck you know what I'm saying. You got.
Yeah, I think you're right. Alcorn will be declared probably tomorrow. They'll be declared the regular season champion.
So, like I said, it all depends on what they do as far as that the seeding goes. Because, like I said, that they meet in the quarterfinal. I mean, in the semis.
Oh, that's gonna be hot. That's a hot ticket right there.
You talking about Grambling versus Alcorn?
Oh yeah, that would be a hot ticket.
Yeah, go ahead and one of y'all knock each other down, and so that possibly maybe we can slip in there.
Oh, that'd be a good game for the semis. That would be a great game.
We want to be in the final.
Yeah. I just hope it's at night.
Coach Mo gonna have to, boy, you can't be playing these games down to the wire. I think every game, conference game, except for a couple, was literally down to the wire. So we need for Alcorn to get knocked off by Grambling, and that we would have a chance against Grambling.
So this is how it's going to be set up, y'all. Alcorn is basically going to take on Texas Southern. Texas Southern comes in as the number 8 seed.
And let me tell you something about Texas Southern. You have to play them tough because you don't know which one you're going to get. Texas Southern plays really good sometimes, and then they play terrible because of their guard play. So you don't know what you're going to get with Texas Southern. They're not consistent. They'll play really tough, and then they'll play like nothing.
Yep.
So you don't know what you're going to get with Texas Southern. That guy that hurt them was that kid that transferred to Southern, ETN. That's the guy. That's the guy Texas Southern is missing.
Okay.
Yeah, they got poor guard play. Kind of like, well, I guess Jackson's remedy because Jackson had poor guard play at one time too.
Oh yeah.
But I guess they've remedied that. They've gotten it right.
It's being remedied.
Yeah.
So second place team Grambling. So they're going to be the second seed. They would take on Reggie Theus and the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. Bethune came in. I mean, they had a little late game. They had a little late season surge.
Right.
They lose a game and then they won. Like I said, they won tonight. And basically, they put some in the, like I said, they were in control of their own destiny as far as being placed into the conference tournament. Number 3. Coming in at number 3 is Jackson State University.
Well,
the Jackson State University.
We are on a 4-game winning streak. We will take on Prairie View.
In Jackson?
Out the gate, Prairie View. Now they're going to be in Birmingham.
I'm like Kevin Hart. Damn.
So So Prairie View's coming off that close. Like I said, Prairie View's coming off the close victory against Texas Southern tonight, 78-74. What you have to look at with Prairie View is their guard play. They do have big guards. Another thing that I looked at on Prairie View is basically they can actually shoot the mid range.
Yeah.
They have they can shoot the mid range game. They're not that big in the front court, but their guards can actually penetrate to get to the basket.
Right.
And if they can't get to the basket, they will stop 12 feet from their back from the bucket, and they will. So Southern is going to take on Alabama A&M.
That's in Southern. That's in Baton Rouge.
Everything. The conversation.
It's in Birmingham. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So like I said,
what seed is Southern?
Southern is the 4th seed now.
Okay.
Because if they would have won tonight, they would have been tied for the 3rd seed.
Right. Okay.
We would have to go for the tiebreaker now.
Right.
That Southern team is scrappy. They, like we said, they have guards, but they're not.
Yeah, they're a donut team. They strong on the outside, weak in the middle.
Right.
Those kind of teams kind of run out of steam at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
He just, that they just got to find some big people for him. That's all. He's he's from the Rick Pitino tree. He played at the University of Kentucky.
Yep.
They got a good coach.
Yep. So it's a lot of things that you can do.
Yeah.
This tournament. So this tournament should be exciting. Like it needs to be exciting. So we need everybody that's going to be in Birmingham to show up and show out for all games, y'all. Not just one, but for all the games right there. Don't matter.
Now, Doc, is HBCU Gold televising, or who's got the television rights?
The television rights. It might be HBCU Gold.
I hope it is.
Say that I've seen that. I've seen them promoting on HBCU Go.
Good, because that means it's gonna be great.
But remember, the final is going to be on ESPN.
I hate that, and I hate that.
So that's the thing. The ESPN network is going to have, because they have championship. It's part of their championship week deal that they got.
Yeah. And Mr. Vaughn, I heard what you said about ESPN, but I still wish they would get lost. I can't stand them.
And is your issue just with the streaming, the broadcasting?
Yeah, they don't do us right. I told you I have the that plus, and I watched the Southern Jackson State football team, not the championship, but the Boombox Classic, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was the worst production I saw all year, and I think they did it purposely.
Oh,
it was
and
going
then
out.
you do realize that as far as the production thing goes, that the ESPN basically streams. So basically, like, Jackson State is responsible for streaming. They're responsible for the broadcast, and ESPN basically taps into their broadcast, and that's how they do that. So it's not ESPN's fault. Now, ESPN did come in certain types of games and came in with their cameras. They did do that.
Yeah.
It was awful. And what I saw, there was ESPN Plus, so I'm holding them accountable. The game went in and out. One part we couldn't hear it, and I think it was done purposely. And I'm just telling you, I love HBCU Go. I saw great games, professionalism. I saw that Charlie Neal and that guy. They were great. And like I said, I'm gonna say it again. I wish ESPN would get lost. I know, like you said, they make billions and they worldwide. I ain't got nothing for them.
For me, I feel like they could definitely ask for more money. I like
Yeah,
HBCU Go.
yes,
Um, like I said, I feel like as far as production goes, HBCU game or excuse me, HBCU Go is by far. I need to see an extension though, not just, those one set of games. We should have multiple games on the same day.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah. I think it's coming too. I think that's coming with HBCU Go. I think it's coming. I really do. I think that HBCU Go is the sky's the limit. I think that they're going to get better every year.
Yeah.
My wife agrees with you, Mr. Mona. I told her during the season, I said, why do we need ESPN? ESPN? And she said, no, you need them. Don't do that. Because I was telling her, I don't think we need ESPN. And she said, no. She's a business person like you, because I'm a history person. So she says we do need them.
Well, man, we do need it. I'm trying to get this score. See if this score came up. But big shout out to Miles College wins the SIAC tournament, y'all.
Oh, they did?
Yep. The
That's men or women?
men
Who won? Who won on the women's side?
on the women's side
Uh-huh.
should be Tuskegee on the women's side.
Oh, Tuskegee. Okay. Well, the reports were that people were having a great time down there in Savannah,
Mm-hmm.
and that the SIAC is considering a multi-year contract with the city of Savannah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they said it, but Savannah's a nice place to visit. I love Savannah.
Yep, Miles won 72 versus 67 over Morehouse.
Mm.
They're on ESPN Plus.
Oh, they are.
Yep.
That particular game was.
Now, who's the coach at Miles? Is that Leon? Who's the coach at Miles College?
I have to see.
Is it Leon Douglas?
Go back up. Is that the so that's men's basketball?
I see they have cricket knows the value of HBCU football. You see that they're
Yeah, that's true. They do.
of HBCU sports. They're sponsoring the tournament.
That's the SIAC.
Yep, it says
Yeah,
presented by Cricket. So Cricket.
Yeah, cricket got their hand on everything. Though.
yeah. They're doing well. Cricket's doing well.
So,
Oh yeah, they had it on ESPN Plus and ESPNU.
mm-hmm. So go back down to the tournament central right here. Uh, go back. Yeah. So click on the. Well, that's the manual. I'm trying to put for. So Miles actually defeated Benedict College tonight, 60 to
Oh,
56.
okay.
So they were both of them was in the final, the SIAC final,
Uh-huh.
and then I want to see what the women was. Because I know Tuskegee. Cause look, you can't tell me Tuskegee women. You on a 20 game win streak in conference.
Right.
Yeah. So they won tonight. Women's 72 to 65 over Miles College. Women's.
Yeah.
So they 25 to 3. What's that?
Yeah. When I was in college, Doc, Tuskegee women were dominant under the late great Tiny Laster. I don't know if you remember that name.
Nah, I have.
Oh, yeah, that's back 70s and 80s. They were awesome, man. They were man. At that time, we had Tuskegee's women, Albany State's women. Let me see who else was pretty good. I think it was Alabama A&M's women were pretty good. That was back in the day. But Tuskegee's women were really good.
Oh, they're 25, 26 and 3. So, ooh, girl was hooping tonight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Campbell, who you want for the girls' coach?
Did she get fired yet? It was the
If
last.
they gonna do it, you know, Kofi and them. I thought Kofi and them had already pulled the moving van up to the house.
Not the moving van.
Yeah, man. I thought they'd already done pulled the moving van up to our house.
If it's one thing Mr. Ford is gonna do, he is gonna send shots, boy.
Dude, mama, do not call me by my government nickname, man. Come on. Now I'm embarrassed. Oh my goodness. But yeah. Cause I think that her name is Pillow. Last name is Pillow.
That's her. She played at She played for Pat Summit. I think she played at University of Tennessee.
Man.
Yeah, but they want her out. They want her out.
Then,
like I said, I know Kofi and them probably done rented that moving van.
they got the Mayflower. The
Yeah,
Mayflower.
man, they done already moved it in. Yeah, because they, at the beginning of the season, Bethune-Cookman came to Tallahassee, and in the midst of all that chaos, they swept fam. They beat the men and the women.
Yep.
They were basically out after that. They, it wasn't nothing they could do.
Yep. Man.
What's next on the list? Who
What's
you
next
think
on
gonna
the
win the
list?
tournament? Just go ahead and pick Mr.
So-
Ford. Who you think gonna win the tournament on the men and the women's side?
On which conference? The SWAC or the MEAC?
Both.
Okay. So on the MEAC side, for the women's, I actually I'm gonna have Norfolk State women winning on the women's side.
Yeah.
Unless they go up against Howard and it's
That's a hot ticket too. That's a big game.
On the women's side, so if Howard Lady Bison catch them sleeping, it's over with. On the men's side, basically, I got Howard winning on the men's side.
You think Howard's gonna take out Norfolk State and Norfolk?
Yeah.
I got to disagree with you now. That guy Jones is hard to beat in Norfolk, man.
You got a doppelganger on your
A troll. It's a troll.
Hey, like the missus said, thank you for the views. Thank you for the view. But yeah, on the men's side for the MEAC, yeah, I got Howard winning. Say not a troll. For the SWAC women, of course, it's Jackson State.
I mean, I don't even know if anybody's gonna give them a close game.
Oh, it's Jackson State.
I'm just wondering, can anybody give them a close game?
I'm not gonna say. This is what I will say. These girls, you gotta clean it up. Valley is at the bottom of the barrel, and when I tell you third quarter, they was giving them that work.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a rivalry, isn't it? Isn't that a rivalry?
A rivalry.
Isn't that Valley and Jackson have a rivalry, don't they?
We don't have a rivalry with nobody.
Yeah.
Y'all don't have a rivalry with Alcorn?
No, it's just us at the top.
listen. I remember when Fred kind of owned y'all football team now. And then that white man, the one I keep telling y'all, Jay Hobson kind of owned y'all for a minute.
I can't say nothing because Dawson Odom's owned us for.
Yeah, Dawson Odom kind of gave y'all that. But it is a rivalry between y'all and Valley, right?
No, that's our little brother.
Oh, okay.
Dang, that was our little brother. Don't be doing that.
Okay.
No, our rivalry, if we're going to have one, is either Southern or Alcorn, but Southern ain't been beaten on nothing, so we not really too much worried about them.
So FAMU is not your rival?
FAMU?
Yeah.
FAMU. You trying to be funny now, register for it because you know,
Damn,
fam.
he was at your raffle.
Now you know, fam. You ain't hitting on nothing. You trying to get money.
Yeah. But yeah, on the women's side, Jackson State all the way. They'll go through.
Yeah, I want to know. I don't think nobody gives them but close game.
Well, I'm just gonna say that the Valley girls are at the bottom, but they was giving us that work. I was like, man,
And
I don't know who it was shooting them 3-pointers, but baby, she
she
showed
was
up
pulling
today.
up some-
If she would have showed up during the season, it might have went a different way. It could have went a different way. That's how good they was shooting them 3-pointers.
Man, she was that chick was shooting from somebody's backyard. Like, I don't know. It was crazy. But on the men's side, if like I said, depending on how they do the bracket, if they got Grambling, well, they won't have Grambling. They'll probably meet in the final. They won't meet in the semis. They'll meet.
And that would be a hot ticket again. That's a hot ticket.
So I would actually have Grambling going in to try to get their lick back.
That's gonna be a great game, man.
Mm-hmm.
Grambling against Alcorn, right?
Yep.
That's gonna be a great game.
So now
Both of them guys work hard. Both of them coaches right there work hard.
So Grambling,
Mr. Campbell says that I be making hate videos about fam. You know, I just be trolling him. It's funny. So I be trolling him.
Hey, Mr. Campbell, is Jackson State your rival?
you already know he gonna say that.
Is that your rival, Mr. Campbell?
You gonna test me? You know they ain't gonna be our rival. Yeah, man. But I'm looking at it to where basically Grambling is gonna be. I don't want them to be a 16 seed. I think they did enough early in the season when they played those out of conference teams, and they beat some of those out of conference teams to where they can actually be like a 15 seed.
Doc, you know that 16 seed is for the colored schools. You already know that. You know that's for the colored schools. You already know. I don't care who we beat. We're gonna be 16 seed, and we're gonna play whoever's number 1 or 2 in the country. You know, or they make us play in.
He being the honorary colored school.
Yeah, we're gonna be the honorary colored school. So the first night we play, they let us stay at the big time hotel. As soon as the game over, they cut the cards out, cut the card off, and tell us to get on the plane and go back where we come from.
Damn. And then we be so happy watching the little the show where they do the pick to
Yeah, that's right.
like
Yeah,
we don't already know we're gonna be the 16th seed.
the 16th seed. That's for the colored schools.
I actually would have Grambling men being like at least a 14 seed or a 15 seed.
Now
Because
Grambling played hard. That's right. Grambling beat some really nice.
They did. They beat Colorado and they beat who else?
Now, did y'all see LSU on the women's side get upset tonight?
Who beat them?
Tennessee by 2 points. They got upset. The number 4. Y'all didn't see it?
No, I missed it.
They was going in about LSU losing by 2 points to Tennessee. It was a big, probably one of the biggest upsets, right? Because what is
That's
that?
got to be.
Yeah,
Because I would pick Kim Mulkey over that lady at Tennessee any day.
Yeah.
So what does that mean for them? Do they drop in their seed overall?
They'll probably
But they'll still go to the tournament.
But they got their head busted by South Carolina, though.
That'll be good for us, though, right?
No.
Why
not? Pull it
up. They're gonna make us play whoever's number 1 or 2. That's who they're gonna make us play. Because they want us out. They want us out. If anything, we got to go. They used to do us like that in the playoffs, in the football playoffs, and they do it in the basketball. The Negro schools got to be out first round.
But they ain't like that. Now, the reason why they said that because the last school, that last HBCU to make some noise in the tournament was Norfolk State.
Yeah, that's right. They beat Missouri or somebody, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. They beat Phil.
And then you remember Hampton beat somebody one year.
Hampton beat Iowa State, they was the number 3 seed to be exact.
Alcorn beat somebody back in the 80s. Remember Dave Whitney? They
Yep.
beat somebody.
Southern beat with Coach Job.
Yep, Southern beat Georgia Tech. Hey, don't forget Coppin State under Fang Mitchell. Remember Coppin State?
Yep.
They had a guy named Fang Mitchell.
Well, Texas Southern did too. They won the play-in game.
Yeah, I remember that.
They played in the play-in game, so really the play-in game does count as an actual tournament.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So you just got to look at that. So, hey, see, I want you to go on Twitter and go to Bomani Jones.
Oh yeah,
because he said something that expounded me, and we were talking about this last week. I think last week or the week before, about the statement that Deion said. Yeah, this one I want to talk about right here.
I had to go at Deion a couple times, and I've had a lot of people hit me back on it like, yo, why are you trying to take a good black man down? And I totally understand that because Deion is in a position that few black people ever get to. And he got to that position, and he out here sounding just like the whitest white man. What we need a black coach for in Division I, in FBS, or anywhere else, if you're going to say the same stuff that the cats that are already there are saying, do the same things that they are already doing, and force all of us to stop and ask ourselves the question, if you don't want a quarterback from a single-family home, why is your son, the product of a divorced marriage, your quarterback? It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. And the worst part about it is you out here blaming a bunch of kids and relegating them to one place in their lives because of something their parents did, something that they got no control over. To make Rich Eisen laugh? And look, I go on Rich Eisen's show. I try to make him laugh every time I go on there. But I ain't going to embarrass myself to do it, and I'm sure not going to embarrass anybody else in the process. So congrats to Deion for getting to Colorado, but what he's about to figure out is something that a lot of people haven't thought about with him. We've never had to take him seriously. All Deion's ever had to do was entertain us. And when he was at State, he could intrigue us. But now that he's at that position, we're going to take you seriously. So please say serious things about serious topics and don't make a joke out of players that may eventually be on your team.
What do y'all think, family? Because my man just told the truth.
Well, I'm gonna say it like this, Doc. Everybody's keep telling me he ain't gonna be up there 3 years. Because I hear the atheists already want to run him out of town.
Yeah.
And like he said, I mean, to be honest with Deion's a clown. He's a clown. He's a clown.
These media outlets, when he said that Jackson State intrigued us, it intrigued them because he started taking away those highly recruited, highly touted athletes, 5 stars, and making them go to Jackson State where there's no running water. So that definitely intrigued them. So yeah. I think when he says that nobody has had to take him serious, it's you're disrupting $1 billion industry. So now we have to go ahead and give you this job. But they were never planning on giving him any type of success. They know that Colorado is a bad job. I don't know why people are saying that he's elevated. He elevated in as far as him being higher in the mountains. But Colorado is not a good job. It's just not. And there's a reason why for 20 plus years they've had 18 losing seasons. And they keep on saying, well, he was able to recruit black kids to a place that didn't have no running water. So surely he'll be able to recruit them over here to Colorado. But Colorado literally has 1.6%. We've already went through all of the numbers.
Yeah, that's right.
And I just feel like the media is getting ready to turn on him.
They've already done it.
Right, but step one was make the black people turn on you, because at the end of the day, like for black people, Dion and his message, it definitely ignited something in everyone that said, okay, now there was people who was like, Dion's just talking, that's how Dion is. But overall, the premise that he was making and what he was presenting, it definitely spoke to black empowerment and leveling the playing field economically. So now he's on this little gravy train to undo everything that he's ever said regarding HBCUs and how great they are.
Mm-hmm.
So I think for Bomani, him saying that they're taking him serious, I don't think they ever really intended to see him win anyway. The thing was get him away from HBCUs. The second thing is make black people feel some type of way about him. So now he's not their savior anymore. He's not getting any praise from black people. So, and then white people, it don't even take that much for them. All you got to do is lose a couple games and they ready to call you the N-word, especially out there in Colorado.
There you go.
And that's step 3, which is all the white folks turn against Dion. Boom, he gets fired. And then he just goes off into whatever he does. It goes back to the NFL or whatever he decides to do. I just hope that he didn't end up ruining the experiences for his sons. I seen a tweet and it said something about Shiloh can he can direct the band. It's like Shiloh didn't come to direct the band. He came to play football and he came, to the NFL. It's like if they're not working for him, like if it's not black people in positions where they're making the white people money, they don't really want them there.
Right.
There you go.
And the thing about it too, and just like he said like you say that about other kids, like you want your quarterback to come from a 2-parent household, but you want your defensive players to be on food stamps and try to get it out the mud.
And now, isn't that a stereotype? Isn't that what you call a stereotype?
That's a big old stereotype right there.
That's why I tell you he's a habitual liar. But it's not important to him that he's a habitual liar. The most important thing is how many people believe the lie. That's what he's trying to see. Who believes the lie?
And so, and the thing, like I said, pointing out, is that your prize son, Shador, like you don't have no problem with Shador at Jackson State. Nobody never did. He was a model citizen. He was a model student, and he excelled on the football field as an athlete. We didn't have a problem with Shador. But when you make a blanket statement like that, like to me, if I was Shador, I would be looking my dad in the face, in the eyes, and be like, "So you really mean what you just said? You know what I'm saying? Do you really mean what you just said? Because, like, we all know this.
Yeah,
he had that divorce, which, like I said, it was in Dallas, was horrible to watch. It played out horrible. Like you had a house in Prosper, which is north of Dallas. You divided the house in half. One half was yours, the other half was Pilar's. And the main thing that was affected out of that divorce was your kids. Not said as a father that you didn't care, but you put your kids in a certain situation, in a certain spotlight, that they didn't want to be in there in the first place. So, in a sense, that might be why Shiloh resents him somewhat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Shiloh's a mama's boy. He cleaved to his mom. No
Right,
doubt about that.
right. That's why Shiloh is the way, because record shows Shiloh, when the divorce happened,
He stayed
Shiloh
with the
was
mother, right?
Shiloh was supposed to stay with Dion, but he went to go stay with Pilar.
Yeah.
Pilar stayed like after she left, they stayed in Rockwall, which
Yeah.
is not even that far from here. But he ended up going back to Dion to stay with Dion because he would have had a better chance to get to college just because of name recognition.
With Doc, I'm gonna say it like one thing I'm not doing. I'm definitely not keeping up with no Colorado Buffaloes. I'm not. I'm keeping up with the SWAT. I ain't keeping up with no Colorado Buffaloes. And I went back and looked it up, Doc. They hadn't had a winning season, I think, since 2005. I think that's what it said. I looked it up yesterday.
Hmm.
It's 2005. Bill McCartney. No. What was the guy's name? It wasn't
Hawkins.
No, Hawkins didn't do well. He came from Boise State, right? He didn't do well. Was it McIntyre? Was the last one to ever win a season?
It was McIntyre.
McIntyre, that's right. And Barnett, what was Barnett's name?
Gary Barnett.
He had a good program. Before him, it was McCartney. What's Cardell Stewart's coach's name?
That was Barnett. He was under Barnett.
Barnett coach Cardell?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought it was the guy that was the preacher.
Uh-uh.
Oh, okay.
Mm-mm. McCartney left already. He had
he had something called the Promise Keeper. What was it? Promise Keepers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I thought he had Cardell Stewart.
Nah, he had Barnett had Cordell Stewart, Michael Westbrook, and
I remember them. Yeah, Michael Westbrook, Pritchard. Yeah, I remember that crew. Dion Figueroa.
Dion Figures was under McCartney.
Okay, then what's a big linebacker's name from Texas?
It was Kavanaugh. He's under McCartney. He was under McCartney.
Okay.
So Dion Figures, Kavanaugh, Bieniemy.
Bieniemy, yeah, I remember him.
Mike Pritchard was under McCartney also.
That's right.
He was under McCartney also.
Pritchard came to the Falcons with two guys from Jackson State. One was named Houston Hoover, and one was named Darren Connor.
Darren Connor, yep.
Yeah, they all came to the Falcons under Jerry Glanville.
Mm-hmm.
And also, your homeboy, the one that stole the money from the welfare, what's his name? He came here too.
Brett Favre.
Brett Favre came here.
My homeboy.
Yeah, your homeboy that stole the welfare money.
I've never been a Brett Favre fan. My mom would tell you.
Hey, why isn't he in jail, or why hasn't he been charged?
Oh, they gonna get him.
You think so?
They gonna get him. Ted DiBiase's son just got he just got arrested for that.
I remember. What was that? The wrestler? Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Ted D. Yeah, I remember him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, he just got arrested. It was in the paper this week, to be exact.
And they said they stole the money, built the gym, and I heard that Brett Favre's daughter transferred from Southern Miss.
Yep.
I mean, it's way bigger than just Brett Favre. They just bringing out Brett Favre, but there's $100 million that's missing. It's $100 million. And basically, this is what happened. The nonprofits, they transferred the TANF money to a nonprofit. And the way they set it within the money is federal money transferred to nonprofits. They basically have to report it differently. So they didn't have to disseminate necessarily what happened to the money. So that's how they've gotten away with it for so long. And that's the thing about these people that are in power. They know what the rules are.
Right.
Tate, the governor, just his wife used $10,000 of Head Start money to apparently create these books. But the books, they look like something that a little 5-year-old would staple together. So what did y'all do with that $10,000?
Stole from the Head Start.
But they got wind of it and they exposed it and they said, "Oh, we're going to donate the books back to Head Start." Head Start doesn't need those raggedy ass books. They need that $10,000 to go towards their programs.
What she said. I got this a good question. Miss Coleman put it out here. Do y'all think Sanders will remain loyal to Travis Hunter?
Dion don't care about nobody but Dion.
I will say this: if he betrayal of Travis Hunter would effectively ruin Dion.
It sure would.
The amount of backlash that he would receive for it would be astronomical. Like there's absolutely no way that, and when you say is like Travis was basically his meal ticket, meaning to Colorado they wanted to get rid of the 5-star, right? So if, like, for instance, if Travis would have went to Florida, Colorado would have been looking at him with the side eye.
Big time.
So
here's another question right here. College Bound CFL. Hey, me and him got a bet. He betted me that Jackson State is gonna go 6-5.
Who said that?
This guy right here. It's a friendly bet. He bet me $100. This was
on Jackson State's gonna go 6-5.
Yeah, he said this was on Thursday. I did a show Thursday. I broke down Jackson State's schedule. He said that Jackson State's gonna go 6-5. I said I'll take that bet because once we get our 7th win, just go ahead and cash out me my money. So I can put
you sure you weren't talking to off script?
Nah. Oh, I took that bet, Daryl. I took that bet. I've already took that bet. And Mr. Brown, he said we could double it.
Who going 7-4?
He said he got me going 7-4. I said no, but when we get that 7th win, just go ahead and give me my money.
Oh, Mr. Campbell is so delusional every year. I know it has to be tough. We was beating FAMU apparently when we had really bad coaches. In 2018, we was losing and we still beat FAMU.
Hey, Mr. Campbell, is Jackson your rival? Is Jackson State your rival, Mr. Campbell?
You know who's FAMU's rival?
Who?
FAMU. They biggest. They their own rival.
Bethune.
Yeah.
Don't forget Southern. Now Southern's their rival too.
No, Mr. Campbell said that they done whooped Southern's ass from here to Timbuktu, that they are not a rival. And the same way he feels about Southern is the same way that Jackson State feels about FAMU.
Well, they are undefeated outside of Jackson State. Nobody's beat them since they've been in the SWAC but Jackson. But my thing is, Jackson State and FAMU are rivals.
Yeah.
Rivals, Mr. Ford. We are not rivals. We don't even know them people. All we know is
that's your rival.
Mr. Campbell said that everybody are rival in the SWAC because we jealous. Yeah, she loves to be petty. That's your new nickname right there. She loves to be petty. But I'm gonna tell you like this: the reason why she be petty because y'all be trying to come for her on Twitter. Then she had to go out there and put the smackdown on everybody on Twitter. That's the reason why she could be petty like that. Got Uncle Sid in the building.
Oh, he lucky. He said he get to work. He's in Birmingham this week for work, so he gets to go to the tournament.
Yeah.
Oh snap! But I said I was gonna report this. Everybody been saying this. We all know what's going on in Jackson. Uh, with president taking the administrative leave, paid administrative leave. Uh, don't know all. Not gonna know all the semantics. So that's all I have right there for that.
It's a personal matter. We have our new president,
Our
and
acting president.
yeah, acting president. We're still gonna beat every team in the SWAC at the basketball tournament. That's not gonna change. Baseball still gonna beat y'all. That's not gonna change. Like nothing has changed except for the name of leadership. We still the I love.
Another thing I just found out. This is Boris, real close to Antonio Doyle and Kevin Coleman. He said so. The reason why Kevin Coleman Jr. did go to Colorado with Prime is because the family seen through his mess and a relative was seriously murdered in Colorado.
Woo. Damn.
Wow.
That guy, listen, you know he put on a show in that Celebration Bowl, man.
He did.
And he gonna turn Louisville out. He gonna turn Louisville out, man.
He did. So Tennessee State is the number 4 seed in the Ohio Valley Conference tournament on the men's side. So they had a chance to win the game. Was it against Southern Indiana?
Right.
To move up to like a 3 seed, but they lost the game. And it was crazy how they lost. I forgot how they lost. I had to go back and read it again. But they ended up being the 4 seed as far as in the OVC.
Now, what city is hosting that tournament? What city is hosting the OVC?
The OVC tournament.
Uh-huh. It's not Nashville?
It might be in Nashville.
Because that's usually where they have everything, you know. Nashville's like their Atlanta for the OVC.
Let's see. Yeah.
Is it in Nashville?
No, it's in Evansville.
Oh, it's in Indiana?
Yeah.
They're not going to get a crowd. And they ain't going to get no crowd. There ain't no crowd in no Indiana.
Actually.
Now, who's in Indiana to see Tennessee State?
Well,
unless all the black people come from Gary.
It don't matter now because SEMO won the men's tournament.
Oh, OVC is over?
Yeah, because they're they start their tournament.
Oh, a week early.
A week early.
Oh, okay. So they okay. So they've had it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant for next week.
I thought it was next week too, but shoot, I didn't. Thank God for Google.
Yeah.
But Evansville, Indiana. I don't know. It might be some. So Southeast Missouri State is going to be a 16 seed. That's what Laura said. Then you got it's a lot of tournaments. I got to look at tournaments. I didn't even know Duke and North Carolina played tonight. So
I think Duke won. Duke won.
So yeah. So SEMO is the first school to stamp their ticket to March Madness. Um, defeated Tennessee Tech 89-82 in overtime.
Mm.
So they probably will be the 16 seed. So they'll probably be in the play-in game. So the American East starts. So the American East, the Big Sky, the CAA, or the American East, the Big Sky are doing their first round. They started today. The CAA is in the second round right now. The Sun Belt is in quarterfinals. Big South is in semifinals. Missouri Valley is in the semifinals. Northeast Conference is in semifinals. Of course, the Ohio Valley already did theirs. The SoCon is in quarterfinals. The Summit and the West Coast Conference, they're in quarterfinals.
Well, Doc, did A&T get in the CAA tournament?
Yes, they did.
Did they advance or they lost?
Let me see. I think they said the men's lost.
And the women, what did the women do?
Check. So trying to see.
And by the way, how about Hampton? Did
Hampton got destroyed in the first game.
Men and women or just men?
The men got destroyed by 32.
How about the women?
Damn, 32?
Yeah, it was 100-68.
Damn.
And it said that the women won, so that's good.
Oh, the women won.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
When is selection? Is it Selection Sunday? When
Selection
is
Sunday is the following Sunday on March the 12th.
Yeah, it's after the tournament's over.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're gonna have to have Selection Sunday watch party.
Yeah, that's a big thing. That's Selection Sunday.
If we want to do that, we can do that. I'm also. I said we want to do that, we can do that because I'm also.
Yeah, that's a big thing, man. They go to all the campuses around the country. It's like what? Is it 60 teams in the NCAA? How many teams in that tournament?
68.
68?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know they go all around the country.
Okay, so Lawrence said the CAA women's tournament starts on the 8th, so they start Wednesday. So A&T the women's did get in there. The men's is out.
The women had a pretty good season, right? Didn't A&T's women have a good season?
They had a big game today, I think. They won against in the last couple seconds of the game they were able to pull it out. I think they were shooting free throws, and then when the other team came back to try to score, they weren't able to.
That's A&T?
Yeah.
Mr. Haynes, he always talking about something about the MEAC. Hampton will be any SWAC team, women's basketball or men's basketball.
Oh no.
MEAC the day that he dies. Delusion.
Jackson State is dominant in women's basketball. They're the number one black college team in basketball. Now I've watched their boys, their men. That guy's name is Joyner. And
which one?
The coach at Hampton's boys. Isn't his name Joyner? What's his name?
Russell might know.
I think his name is Coach Joyner. He's running.
Ain't you out in Atlanta?
Yeah.
What's going on that they wanted to split up the city of Atlanta like they wanted to do in Mississippi? What?
No, that's them carpetbaggers down here from New York tried to come down here with that mess.
They was trying to get Buckhead and split out
Buckhead is where all the taxes come from. You know, Buckhead that's 40 to 50% of all the taxes in Atlanta come from Buckhead. That's, It's an affluent area. But the guy that's behind that, he's a carpetbagger from New York. And so these people told him, first of all, you're not even from down here, and you ain't gonna come down here and run nothing.
Okay, so I was surprised because from what I was told, they were trying to basically isolate the money. So basically, if they separate the two, that would take all the money out of Atlanta.
Yeah, it would. It
But
would.
what I was surprised is on the voting that the Republicans were on the same page as, was it the Democrats that was trying to vote?
Yeah, they did. It was bipartisan. Actually, the governor and all of them, but
Yeah.
if they would have lost a lot of money. That's what it was about. Plus, like I'm telling you now, he was a carpetbagger down here from New York, trying to come down here and run something, and they wasn't going for it.
Then Lori Lightfoot.
Oh, she's terrible.
She got blown out.
Yeah, she's awful, man. She's awful. And she looks bad on TV.
Oh, Lord.
I saw her one day. I came home one day and she was about to fight a lady in I guess a city council meeting. They were all in each other's face, hollering and screaming. And I said, now Chicago can't do no better than that. I thought they got a large black middle class up there in Chicago. Isn't that where Oprah's from and all that?
From Mississippi.
Yeah, but I thought they got a very large, educated class of people up there in Chicago, because they said Jackson State is supposed to be real strong up in Chicago.
They are.
The reason why I had a question is because I was trying to figure out. So, what's the difference between what was trying to go down in Atlanta, which is a predominantly Democratic, for the majority of the people that live there are Democratic. What's the difference between that and what they were trying to do in Mississippi?
It was going to hurt their money.
I know, but wouldn't it be the same as like trying to take all the money out of the Atlanta? So basically, the city that's not included in Buckhead, wouldn't you guys like lose funding? So that means your infrastructure will go down.
Yeah,
businesses will close.
Yeah.
So doesn't that mean it's like the same thing? Like, I'm just trying to figure it out because
Atlanta's kind of like DC right now. It's being gentrified. When I first came in, I came to Atlanta in 1978. It was over 85% black. Now we're only 49% majority. It's a gentrified. The city's being gentrified, and
because you got a lot of Hispanics that's moving down there too.
You got a lot of everything moving here. Because right now, Doc, me and you done talked about this. The South is the place right now. Everybody wants to be in the South.
Yep.
New York and California losing more. They losing millions of people, and they all coming south. Now, a lot of people from California going to Idaho, Montana, but a lot of the blacks in California coming south. They're going to Texas and coming here. New York, Philadelphia, those people are coming down here. But like I said, Mr. Mona, the main thing was they saw him as the guy who was leading this thing to separate Buckhead. They saw him as an outside agitator. Because let me tell you something about Atlanta. Atlanta and D.C., Montgomery, Richmond, New Orleans, they are all cliquish cities.
Mm-hmm.
And down here, if you're gonna have pool, you gotta have certain people speak for you. And I don't know if I'm making sense, but Atlanta's a very cliquish city. DC is a very cliquish city. New Orleans is a very cliquish city. Montgomery, Richmond, I've been to all of them. They're all very cliquish. It doesn't matter how smart you are. It's who speaks for you.
Yeah.
Do you understand, Miss Timona?
Yeah, I understand. I just felt like it was a Democratic city, but basically,
it is. It's a Democratic. It is. It's a Democratic city.
Premise as it is in Mississippi, which is clearly a Republican state, Democratic city, where Republicans are trying to take money out. But in this particular instance, there was Republicans that were voting against the basically the annexation of Buckhead. So I
Yeah,
was trying
yeah,
to figure out what the semantics was for it, because I
yeah.
feel like what's happening down in Jackson, Mississippi, that we will see other cities trying to emulate that.
Right.
Right, right. Yeah, you will. But like I said, Atlanta's being gentrified like DC, and it's some different things going on here. But the main reason they rejected that was because the person who is leading it was seen as an outside agitator. That's why the bipartisan people came together.
And what you said with Mississippi is basically they want to kill their own city so they can get it back.
Well, they want to gentrify. In other words, white people want Jackson back.
That's all it is. They want.
They haven't been able to get Jackson back for how many 80 years? How much
But
did
they're not going.
No,
Timon, they're not going to stop.
They're not gonna stop. Jackson has been governed under black leadership for the last 25, 26 years.
And Atlanta's, I think, the last 40 plus years. Yeah.
So they
Maynard Jackson came in office in 1974, I think it was.
So you're looking at to where, like, what I'm with Jackson, they're trying to get everything in their power to where they're trying to disenfranchise the whole city, not just neighborhood, not a street, not anything, the whole city, to where even if you voted, it's going for them, and your vote ain't gonna count.
Yeah, and the other thing we have to understand, we live under hyperinflation. These white people can't live in the suburbs no more. They got to come back to the city. Mm-hmm. And they're going to take these cities back. Now, like you said, it's going to take them a little while, but eventually they're going to do it because I know them.
So think about this. White flight, like it's just like Doc OG said like a couple weeks ago. White people did white flight, right?
Right.
They fled out of, so in Mississippi, they fled out of Jackson. They went to these bedroom communities. That's what
right. Same thing here.
Yeah,
that's right.
Even moved back to like the country.
Yeah.
Now, like he said, the thing is that black people, when we got our money, when we got to the point where we were, middle class, we moved out of our own neighborhood.
Yeah, they call them the upwardly mobile.
Right, where it's basically you helping out the cause. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Oh yeah.
So you helping out the cause. So basically, you helping out the cause to bring in more crime, to bring in to drive the prices of your neighborhood down to where now when you move out, the people can go in and drive the price back up so high.
Yeah.
They'll drive it down, somebody would pick it up, and they'll drive it back so high, it's hard for you to stay there.
And let me give you an Atlanta scenario. Now, here's the thing. Simply said, white people cannot afford to live in these suburbs no more because of the fact we're under hyperinflation. Mm-hmm. At a minimum, everything is 25% too high. It makes no sense that we go to the grocery store now and some damn eggs, 12 eggs, is almost $10. That's stupid. Okay, and you go to these little fish places now. You used to could get 10 pieces of fish for about $18. Now you go and ask for 8 pieces and they want $33. And so what I want you to understand is, if your job is in Atlanta, which there are a lot of jobs in downtown Atlanta, mm-hmm. but you live in Douglas County, which is about 30 miles outside of town, you're going to end up spending almost $1,200 a month on gasoline. You can't live out the middle class whites and the working class whites cannot live in the suburbs no more. They gotta come back to the cities. But what they're saying is if they're gonna be forced to come back to the cities, the Negro got to go. That's gentrification.
And then when you think about it, when black people moved out, you took the economic base out of your neighborhood because middle class black people own their homes.
Yeah.
So when you
Yeah.
moved out of your home in the neighborhood that you stayed in, that was pretty much predominantly black, you basically say, well, you don't have no power.
Well, it goes back to something you said earlier about the upwardly mobile. Now, what they do in Atlanta now is that they go into the neighborhood. If the neighborhood are these elderly blacks that have purchased their homes, but they're on fixed income, they drive their taxes sky high, so they have to give up the house. Because remember, it's not that you own your home, it's the fact that you got to continuously pay taxes. Right. You can own your home, but if you can't pay the taxes, you got to go. And that's the people that they're attacking up in Atlanta now. Those are the neighborhoods where those old established black neighborhoods where, their generation is in their 70s and 80s. They're driving those people out.
Yeah, it's just like me. Like I said, with me being here in Dallas, you had people you had black people that been in their house since the 40s, 50s, and 60s.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
We talking about Oak Cliff, but when you made it, you got enough money, you moved to the suburbs. So what we did here in Dallas, black people moved to the suburbs. We moved to Cedar Hill, Duncanville, DeSoto. That's our little strongholds right there.
Right.
So now everybody moves to those, part of town, get a house built up for pretty much almost cheap on the dollar. Because I think my uncle, when I stayed with my uncle, he paid probably like $125,000 just to get this house up. This was back in 1993. And it was a two-story. Let's see, it was 3-bedroom, 2.5 bathroom, 2-story house.
You see what Mr. Campbell said? Mr. Campbell, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
You see what Mr. Campbell said? That's it. There it is right there.
Yeah, they want to be convenient.
That's right. But they want to be in the city.
That's the reason why.
The only issue that I have with this, which I feel like to me that there is, once again, I always look at the bigger picture, and that is that the government or the state level, they need to be held accountable, because what they do is they basically starve out these neighborhoods, so all the businesses leave.
Mm-hmm.
They don't demolish buildings. We've been having issues with that in the city of Jackson, where they basically let these buildings with the asbestos just sit there and rot.
Right.
And they don't do any infrastructure. And then all of a sudden, when these gentrifiers come in, all of a sudden you cutting these deals with these corporations to come over here and get 5 years tax free to build a development. Like, when are we going to hold them accountable? Because at this point, it's environmental racism.
So here's another thing I'm gonna point out to y'all, and most of everybody should know this. What was the population of New Orleans? It was probably what almost 65-70% black.
Right.
Before Hurricane Katrina. Hurricane Katrina, to some people in New Orleans was pretty much like almost, they would say it was like the best thing that happened to them, because they felt like they didn't have no way out of the city. So when Katrina came, mostly everybody got shipped pretty much all across the United States.
You said they thought it was a good thing?
To you have to understand when you living in poverty, anything to them is a good anything to you is a good thing, and you're getting some money for it, especially you getting it from the government too.
I mean that they just didn't they just dispersed the poverty though. I can remember that happened my freshman year of at Jackson State University. We literally had to go sleep in the student union overnight. Like they said, "Okay, y'all, everybody come to the student union." And then in the morning there was no electricity and I had to go all the way back home to Missouri. And they bussed um couple buses full of displaced, which they were naming them refugees, displaced people that literally had nothing, not even a birth certificate. So essentially, that mass exodus, those people, for the most part, I would say maybe like, especially the ones that were living in poverty, they're still living in poverty.
I mean,
They
in the
just
sense that,
dispersed it
yeah,
to
in the minute
Texas.
they're probably living in poverty, but what they but in their mindset is we're not living in poverty where it seemed like you couldn't you couldn't get out of. But what I'm saying is that especially like I said, and I'll take an example here in Dallas. Yeah, here in Dallas, the people that came in, you had some good people, you had some riffraffs. Okay, I knew not. I went down to Nacogdoches in East Texas. That's where Stephen F. Austin is.
Right.
I knew this couple that came in. They were from New Orleans. They drove. It took them 12 hours to get from New Orleans to East Texas, and they said they didn't want to go to Dallas because they were going to be stuck on the highway. So they stopped in Nacogdoches. They
No, they was doing a lot of, and I'm not gonna stereotype, but I know for in Missouri they was fighting, literally fighting.
everybody was fighting.
That was probably a post traumatic stress disorder and a whole bunch of other stuff because you were literally displaced and going to a place you don't even know anything about. There's people that had never left New Orleans, but the
Right.
reason why I said a lot of people, there's something called heirs property. A lot of the land that was in Louisiana, that and even Mississippi, it's owned by people who don't have a paper deed. They
Mm-hmm.
literally don't have anything that says I own this land.
Yep.
They own it because it was passed down from generation to generation to generation. The last time I went to New Orleans, it was like I was amazed. I got on one of those like tours that they do through the French quarters and stuff, and it was so gentrified. It was almost sad to see, and it's still sad to see because you still see black people who work and they make money, but the ownership is no longer there. So now white people own, or corporations own, downtown New Orleans where all that stuff is happening, but you still see the people that were working and they're still working there. Like they still make money.
Yeah.
But in Atlanta, if you always know it's a gentrified area because when the white people move in, the first thing they put in their yard, we support BLM. That lets you know they gentrifiers.
Yeah. It's gonna be a whole nother conversation right there for another day, y'all. I am about to call it a night. Um,
Right.
it was an interesting show tonight, but it was a
Definitely didn't expect that one.
it was interesting, and it was something that we all needed to hear from the horse's mouth. But got anything coming up, Simona, as far as this week for next week?
Um, like streaming and stuff.
Yeah, well, you know how you do. You put your little short. You look. You cut up the show and you put it out there. Oh, she jumped off. She jumped off. But Anyway, but it was still nice to have Mr. Pelt on the show tonight. It was good to have my boy Austin, ASVP Visuals, and also the new director of media for Jackson State football. He was on the show earlier tonight, so it was good to have that. For those who missed it, you can catch that on the replay.
Hey.
Yeah, you hear.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm gonna call the commissioner.
That's good. No, that's good. I wish you could have him on this show.
I don't think he'll come on this show, but I'm
Why
gonna
not?
because
We,
we listen. I'm gonna ask the question. I'm gonna ask the
I
hard
think he can handle
question.
himself. I think it'd be great if you had him on this show. We're not gonna say nothing stupid. That's off script in them. That's not us.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah.
My stomach hurt.
No, I
Yeah.
wish we could get him on the show. I'd love to. I just like to hear his, like his long range goals, short range goals. I'd love to hear that.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm interested in talking to the commissioner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could have a press conference right here.
So that's my goal, I guess. Contact the commissioner.
If you do that, I'll be on the show. I'll just be the moderator.
Yeah, that's right. You'd be the moderator. You could screen the questions. We would have to give you the question first. If you think it's stupid, you just don't read it.
Somebody talking about get Oscar on the show. I don't think
That will never happen.
that will never happen. He too Hollywood right now. That's what my mom say. He too Hollywood.
Yeah, but that's what I plan on doing this week. And then of course we have the basketball tournaments. So I'll be streaming. Or we should be giving out daily updates.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you can't see that's my thing.
That's my fault.
Just came out with the woodwork and it was like, oh, Mr. Pelt's here. And I'm like, whoa, what?
It's my fault. My fault.
You know what, Doc? You and Mr. Mona?
With the okie doke right there.
I wish, you know what? I wish y'all could get Byron Allen. I wish we could talk to Byron Allen.
Get Mr. Billionaire Byron Allen on the show.
Yeah, on the show. And we let him do like a 10, 15-minute presentation about what he's doing, and then we have a Q&A.
Right. Yep, but those are my goals, get some of these hard questions out the way and just get it.
Yeah.
And, it's great that we had you didn't get to see it, but we had the media director from Jackson State football.
Yeah, I missed that. Yeah, I missed it.
He shared his goals, so you should be sure to go back and view that. But
yeah.
Everybody, it was a great show tonight. Make sure that you like the stream. If you're on my if you haven't had a chance to subscribe to both of our channels and just look out for more content.
That's what we do. Put content out, and it's the quality, not the quantity.
Quality.
The quality of the content.
I can't believe we've been out here for 4 hours. Good Lord. Let me go to bed. Y'all have a good night.
Okay. Y'all have a good one.
You too. Oh, man. So everybody, it was a great show. As always, look, come an Overdrive fan. All you have to do, just hit the join button on the channel. Boom. You get everything, man. You're going to get everything. Also, fundraiser. We're still doing fundraiser for BCU Athletics. There's a cash app right there. um, is for the kids. That's all I would say. And another thing, last thing I would say is the culture is not for sale. That's all I'm gonna say. The culture is not for sale. But as always, next week, pretty much, we're gonna be doing. I think I'll do one more schedule, and then we're gonna start up the conference tournament and see what's going on with the ladies and the guys in the conference tournament on both for MEAC and the SWAC. But until then, y'all have a great night. Thank you for rocking with us. As always, be blessed, stay safe, and stay dangerous. Peace.